You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. I'm so glad you could join us. I will see you in the chat during the show. Now please do not interrupt me. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes! As you'll soon see, all of the players are still working from home and are practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into my dungeon. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 4 Dungeon Run props. If you love the show, you can show love. That's the blue balloon. When you show love, or when you buy show love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you can show love to any member of the team. That's up to you. Now, you could also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. The ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or you could set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain, is it not? And guess what? Milo's ball is still out. That little... I told him to put it away, but as you know, he always disobeys me. Does not listen to me, but guess what? The joke's on him, because we're not using force cards yet, Milo, so it doesn't affect the game. But it still affects Milo, i.e. it will kill him, so if you use one, do know that he will be a dead minion. Thank you. Now, when you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. And you won't like that. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more info on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a wonderful community of runners, and you can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you, and I thank you. Now, let's meet our brave souls. The cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Red.
How are you, Lord Ereban?
I'm out of breath. I almost passed out right there.
You're gonna blow a gasket.
It's been so long.
I know.
You
It feels
look
like it's been
glorious.
forever.
You're very bright and shiny.
I know.
Are you wearing a caffeine shirt?
I am. Right here.
I love that company.
Yeah, gotta support it.
They're amazing.
That's right.
And I love you. Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Taiga. Yeah, I can't hear you. Jessica, where did you go?
You're muted.
I lost sound.
She's
Is
muted.
it me or is it you?
It's her.
I'm still.
I got it. It's me.
I thought I was going deaf. All right. Good,
I
good,
muted
good,
it
good,
because my cat was meowing during your intro, Lord Airband, and I wanted to be respectful
That's
of you.
good. Well, no, your cat was just showing love, as we all do.
Well, hi.
Hello, and great to see you. I love your smile and your energy. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillas.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I am well. Morgan, you look very clean and clear and lucid.
Thank you. I try for all of those things. It's all a facade, but yeah, thank you.
Was that an offense? I meant that
No,
in the
no,
most
no, no.
glorious.
No, yeah,
I was reading too
yeah.
far into it.
I appreciate
You look
it.
great.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
glad
you.
to see. I'm really glad to see everyone here.
Quit flattering
Next up, well, that's what I do best. Ronald Ogden as the one and only Ugo. Look at that hair! What happened? And look at the shirt.
I forgot my pomade.
You let your hair down. It looks beautiful. You look very, very, very
Mountain Man?
glorious. There's no other word but glory.
Yes.
I love it. I am so excited. Well, I
So
love
good
these.
to see
I love
you.
to see your faces. I love to see you, and I'm glad to see you. Next up, the last of the cast members, but not least, Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestar.
I'm gonna start saying I'm the last of the cast.
No, but you know, well, you're the last in order,
Yeah.
I guess, but you're not the. What is that? What is that? What is that there? Holy mackerel! Get out of there! What is that? That is not me. I didn't do that. I swear to you, I don't know what that is. Get that off of there. All right, now, last but not least. Good. Our dungeon master. I love you, Jeff, more than anything. You should know this. Mr. Jeff Carnota!
That is a moment for the books, my friend. That was a moment for the books.
I swear to you,
Beautiful.
Jeff, that was not planned. I don't know what happened.
I believe you.
Terrible. We should find the person responsible. I love you, Jeff. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad that we're back,
Yes.
that you're back, because I need your story.
Well,
This story.
buckle up, my friend. Buckle up.
Yes. Now, as their journey continues, I, Lord Erebal, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And oh, yes, before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show that has ever been made on this planet or any other planet in the history of planets and universes. Now, keep your comments coming. Be ever vigilant. And as I always say, let the dice roll!
Yay!
Welcome to the Dungeon Run episode 50.
Wow.
I'm 50.
Wow.
That's got to be some kind of glitch.
This is wonderful and amazing. Welcome, especially first-time viewers. Fear not if this is your first episode. It is our 50th, but we will catch you up. We will make sure you can jump right in and experience our story, knowing all the essentials in just a moment. But thank you. Hey, how's everybody doing?
You know,
Okay. all right.
Happy
All
to be
right.
here.
So,
happy to be here.
yes, excited.
Very, very happy to be back.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an impossible question right now.
It is an impossible question right now.
You know, the world.
Well, we're going to try to go into our world for a few hours, and we're excited that you're here with us. Let me catch everybody up, and we'll start this way. It started as a simple dungeon run, but quickly became something more. A fateful quest to find the missing wardens, Ain's ancient protectors, lost, captured, held in impossible locations by powerful enemies. A gnomish inventor named Ertenfurt, controlling a tower in the sky. A dragonborn warrior named Jan Mo, leading an amphibious army in the deepest part of the ocean. Each time, an epic battle. And each time, these 5 intrepid adventurers fought back against incredible odds, and freed the wardens. In the process, they became the Heroes of Bingle, liberating Lily's island home and saving her family from undersea terrors. On the trail of a third warden, their adventure took an unexpected turn as they were magically transported back through time into the lives of 5 sellswords. 5 sellswords in the employ of an infamous pirate, Whitebeard. A man they knew to be cruel and vicious, a man they defeated on their quest to the bottom of the ocean. But now, 22 years in the past, a man they need. For Whitebeard captured a Triton by the name of Cho'Ran, a fugitive of the Shazengao Empire, the Dragonborn dynasty in the north. But Cho'Ran promised to reveal the location of a valuable treasure, the dynasty's treasure, if the Heroes of Bingle helped him find and rescue his family, a wife and son who fled the port town of Boster into the Castle Rum, a frightening, haunted manor only accessible by boat. But even with a fast ship, brash captain, and hardy crew, the trip was fraught with terror. Ghostly apparitions assaulted the team as they sailed, bombarding their sanity with devastating psychic attacks. Luckily, the team had procured the only defense against such attacks, the liquor of the dead, a foul concoction distilled inside rotting corpses. To get it, Lily and James visited a strange man at the top of the lighthouse on Ocean's Gull Point, a man calling himself the Viscount Wingerstick's envoy, who allowed them to take a jug in exchange for promising that they give him their own corpses should they meet an untimely end. The liquor proved useful not only in the journey to the castle, but inside the haunted mansion itself. The castle was a bewildering and dangerous place, with ghosts and poltergeists and creepy porcelain dolls lurking in its many rooms and corridors. But in each room, drinking a sip of the liquor of the dead provided the team a vision, a piece of the puzzle said to make up the fragments of a shattered mind, the mind of the lady of the house, a woman the team glimpsed in vision after vision, fearful and desperate. Each vision also manifested an item that, when brought together inside the study, revealed the final piece of the puzzle, a glimpse into the past. The lady of the house, attempting to calm 2 of her 3 children, read them a story called The Heroes and the Dragon, a story evidently handwritten by a servant named Jaspin. As she read, noises and eruptions echoing through the halls made her more and more fearful. Finally, she ushered her sons inside a hidden room behind the bookcase in the study. When her husband arrived looking for her, he was joined by Jaspin, who Lily and Jane immediately recognized as the Viscount from the lighthouse. But the vision was not over. Jaspin, grabbing a knife from the desk, brutally stabbed the man in the back, locked the entrance to the secret room, and began setting fire to the castle. The team heard pounding and screams from behind the wall as the flames engulfed the room. When the vision faded, Lily unlocked the bookcase wall and slid it aside. Standing there, inside the hidden room, were Cho'Ran's wife and son. The team had found them, but in finding them, a new revelation. Cho'Ran the Triton's wife was Dragonborn. Their son, a half-Dragonborn, half-Triton boy, no more than 5 years old. Cho'Ran called out to them, "Rojai! Chomel!" But it was undeniable. The boy he called Chomel was Yan Mo, the warrior who fought them at the bottom of the deep reef, the captor who held the Inferno Warden with a mighty kraken, the leader who commanded an undersea army to attack Bingle, who held Lily's mother and sisters captive and forced them to serve him. Yan Mo. But here, in the past, only 5 years old, clutching tightly to something in his hand, standing wrapped in his mother's arms. But no sooner did this realization hit them than the situation changed again. As Cho'Ran called out to his family, a new specter passed through the walls and into the room. A ghostly woman, wild and angry, disembodied, hovering in the space between them, haunted eyes, searing and furious like dark coal. As we ended last time, the team stood transfixed by this phantasm. But the voice of young Yan Mo broke through the confusion, saying, pleading, "Father." And that is where we will pick up this week.
Are we sure it's Yanmo? I mean, he could just really look like Yanmo. I mean, Dragonborn all kind of look the same. So...
Jared.
Actually, this one looks very different than all the others you've experienced. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, so we will return once again, even as we start, to the map room, where we will find the situation exactly as we left it last time. Here is the second floor of the Castle Rum. We are picking up literally in the moment we ended last week. Oh, look, Civ has been painted.
Yeah.
Oh no, and there's a clam there.
Whoa!
Yeah. The clam's been there since the beginning.
Mr. Whispers on his arm.
Yeah.
Wow, he's so detailed. The dots.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm sure it took him forever to do the dots, so I appreciate
amazing.
It's really great. Poor Whitebeard and Cho'Ran are standing there like, I'm just one color. Okay. So
that means they're expendable, right? If they're solid color,
yeah, right.
They're expendable.
So here's the situation. I will paint a picture so we all remember. Lily has opened the door to the secret room. The rest of you stand in the room having just seen the vision and come out of it. Civ held Cho'Ran back outside the room, though he can look through this open passageway. There's no door on that side entrance into the study, and he can see clearly into the room past the specter of the lady of the house to his wife and son standing there. And he struggles to enter further, even though this ghost stands between all of you and them. What would you guys like to do? As you stand there, she hovers. Hair wild, it's translucent, diaphanous. She's, a ghost. But you can see this searing gaze as she hovers in the air, holding you at bay.
Has she said anything?
She has not.
Okay.
Lily, be careful.
Jeff, from where I'm standing, can I see? You said that Cho'Ran can kind of see his family.
Yeah,
or
I
is
think
he
you
just
guys.
here?
You guys have an angle into, so as you're looking at the map room here, see where Lily's figure stands. That entire bookcase is now an open passage.
I see.
Okay. So it has slid open. Yes.
Got it.
So there's a big opening there that leads to that room. And you can see diagonally from where you stand all the way across the study into that room.
I'm stepping up behind Lily, and I'd like to try to call out to the lady of the house. Madam, we've seen what fate befell you and your children. We know of Jaspin. We know where he is to this day. We're so sorry for everything that has happened. Please release this family.
She hovers there, and you see this fury, and it's almost unhinged, a crazed look in her eyes. And she stands there, and you hear her say, and from behind her, the voice of Bao Jai, the dragonborn female, says, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" And you hear Cho'Ran struggling against you. In fact, he's going to try a contest of strength to try to get past you.
Can I say something to him?
You may.
I would like to lean in and I mean, I'm probably grunting, but I'm trying to be quiet. I'm going to say, on the count of 3, we charge in. I grab your son, you grab your wife. All right?
And he looks at you and he says, "I'm trusting you."
Good. And I'm going to start to creep in a little bit right behind Ugo, letting Cho'Ran be right on my back.
Jeff, I'm while they were just speaking, I would have liked to step 5 feet back and put my weight on one side of the wall to block anyone coming in.
Okay, so
So you're
trying to,
blocking the door?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
so
I
you're
was trying to say that,
blocking
but
you're
I was
blocking
muted.
Civ and
Just one.
Cho'Ran?
As soon as Ugo realizes that, or I'm assuming can see that Cho'Ran is trying to get out of Civ's hands, he
Yeah.
would have put himself in the way of the door.
all right.
Now, if you heard Civ say what he just did, I sounded like he was trying to be quiet about it, so I assumed he hadn't heard it.
Well, you can either roll perception or Civ, you can decide whether or not that was loud enough for Ugo
Well, when
to
I see,
hear.
yeah, sure. When I see Ugo back up to the doorway, I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder, Ugo.
Yep.
He's not going to last very long. We're going to have to make a move.
We're not talking. We're just going.
I shake my head very slowly. On the count of 3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know that. I know that number.
Good. I'm going to count very slowly, hoping to give Lily, James, and Fahima enough time to say something before we charge.
I have I'll put my hand on Lily's shoulder as I'm sort of like right behind her and to the side of her, but still calling out to the lady. We know of Jaspin, we know of the wardens, and of these old ones. We know.
Jeff, Ugo charges.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Okay. We know
So-
of all
As they're, I'm not hearing any of that happening
Yeah.
behind me, so I'm gonna attempt to now talk to this ghost.
Okay.
So, I don't know if it's probably gonna interrupt it, but
Yeah.
just asking her what she wants, basically.
Okay, as you say, what do you want? From behind you, these three men run, Ugo, Civ, and Cho'Ran, rush toward the door. And as you are rushing into the room, you see her get very large and kind of hover higher up, and her hair comes out and goes wild and red in her eyes, and she starts to scream. And through that scream, you hear behind you, sound of it sounds like many specters descending upon the room. It sounds like ghost after ghost coming from behind you down that corridor, through the walls themselves, entering into the room. It is one ghost, two ghosts, three ghosts. Porcelain doll they're all entering into the back of the room. And Whitebeard also is getting very uncomfortable with all of this. They're actually penetrating the walls as the ghosts are penetrating the walls, moving right through solid walls and moving into the room. And you see the little porcelain doll waddle in. They're all advancing slowly. I need everybody to roll their initiative, please. We have some.
Had to bring more
advantage.
dolls into this, didn't you, Jeff?
Is this the same doll that Ugo threw out the window? It crawls way back?
It's back.
There were 3 rooms and only 2 dolls. So we have Civ advantage from Shayberry, countered by Grimfaded. Fahima advantage from Kaibuck, countered by Grimfaded. James advantage from Scully is my homegirl, countered by Grimfaded.
Wow.
Ugo advantage from Follower of Fahima, countered by Grimfaded. And Lily advantage from Rogden, our own Ronald Ogden, countered by Grimfaded.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got a 14.
All right, let's go around. Lily got a 14 initiative. Civ, what'd you get?
22.
Nice.
9.
19.
I'll go.
16.
All right, let's see what everybody else got.
This is bad. This is real bad.
Yeah, I don't see us talking our way out of this.
Maybe.
All right. So, first up is Civ, James, then the lady of the house, Ugo, Lily, ghosts, porcelain doll, Fahima, Whitebeard.
Okay. I'm going to handstand flip over the top of the desk, grabbing the knife at the same time.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to kind of do a pirouette twist around Lily. I'm going to advance at the ghost. I would like to slide underneath the ghost while slashing above my head with the knife.
Which ghost is this? The ones that are behind you or the lady of the house? Okay.
So handstand over desk, grab knife. Pirouette around Lily. Slide underneath ghost, slash at ghost, come up on other side with the child.
It's quite a to-do list.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I just really want to test the map rim and see what their skills are like today.
Oh, you're gonna see some stuff tonight.
Do the flip.
Yeah.
Look, he leaves a trail. Do you see that? He left a trail.
I saw it.
What is that?
All right, so just roll me an acrobatics check to see how well that goes.
Okay.
That's a lot of stuff.
Advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from change box countered by Alpha Omega.
Okay. That would be a 17
Yeah,
on acrobatics.
no problem. Yeah, you accomplish all of that with aplomb.
Okay. And then slashing at her and then coming up on the other side. Is she physically holding Cho-Mel?
No, well, Cho'Mel is being held by his mother, who is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, she is. He is, pressed against her body, and she's got her arms around his front like that. Like spooning.
Okay. Then instead of trying to grab the boy, and I haven't rolled my attack on her yet, but instead of trying to grab the boy, I'd like to essentially do what I've been doing with Cho'Ran, which is bodyguard them and push them to the back of that room so that I'm between them and the back of the room, facing her, facing the lady of the house.
All right. So are you physically pushing them, or are you just kind of situating yourself between she and them?
If they don't back up when I just do all the crazy stuff that I just did, then yes, I will physically back them up.
All right.
I'm assuming that they're backing up when they see some crazy knife-wielding person slide underneath the ghost.
They definitely saw that, and it scared them. I mean, they're kind of up against the back of the room anyway, so there's not much.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought there was room there.
I mean, you could get between them and the lady of the house.
That's definitely
for sure.
what I want to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, advantage or disadvantage on the knife?
On the attack, you have advantage from Z-Man 9018.
Sweet. Thank you.
Nice.
Oof. That would be a 14.
That hits.
Sweet.
Nice.
Do I get sneak attack on her since she's incorporeal?
I don't
I'm
think
using
so.
the
She doesn't-
special knife.
Well,
helps.
you would it definitely lands because it's a magical attack, but your
Right.
sneak attack would need to have someone in flank, right?
Some way
No.
an advantage on the attack.
Oh, advantage on the attack, right? Which would need.
Variety
Well,
of ways. However,
I have
advantage on the-
swashbuckler anyways, so unless the
Yeah.
unless the
If you have
the
advantage
mom-
on the attack, then yes, you have sneak attack.
Okay, well, and Baojai and Cho'Mel aren't considered enemies, are they? Of us?
Well, no, that's true. That's true. But
Okay.
you also had advantage on the attack anyway from
Okay,
Watchers of the Time Stream.
got it.
Her dress is so cool.
It's very cool.
Bloodstains,
so-
dirt.
I
Ugh.
like the base too. The base.
Yeah.
Off.
14, 15, 16, 17 plus 20,
Oh, she reaches out.
23 points of damage.
Wow.
Okay. You hear her as you roll underneath her and situate yourself between she and the mother and son, and you stab out with this magical, this large chef's knife that is that you acquired from one of the visions. It stabs and it kind of goes through her, and she screams, and it is this ear-piercing scream that resonates through the whole place. She leans her head back, and it is as if her very soul. I mean, she's a disembodied being anyway, but it is if you've struck not something. It's not a physical pain. It's more of a emotional pain that she is screaming.
Can I just say one more thing before my turn's done? I'm just going to turn to her and say, Baojai, Cho'Ran is with us. He's coming. And that's it.
Okay.
I'm trying to calm her down a little bit.
Right. We're up to James.
Got it. What else is in that room with the lady, Chomel, Baojai, and now Civ? Are there corpses?
No.
Is there anything else?
It is a room much like the rest of the mansion. It is this shimmering, inconstant thing, but there does seem to be supplies and objects and rations and foodstuffs. It looks like a place where someone could last for a long time.
Got
like
it.
a safe room.
Okay. All right. Nothing else jumping out to me in that moment. I heard all these ghosts come up behind us. Yes.
Yeah, it was hard to mistake that. They moved through the walls and you heard that horrible.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to basically take one step forward, basically putting myself right next to Lily, but then turning around and firing off, using my Eldritch Invocation, Dreadful Word, Confusion on all three ghosts.
Okay.
They all need to make wisdom saving throws.
Amazing. All right. Wisdom. Oh, I have advantage from Melchior, countered by Angel Devilson on the first. I have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Angel Devilson on the second. And I have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Angel Devilson on the third.
Nicely done, nicely done.
First is a 9, second
Fail.
is a 4, and the third is a 16.
That succeeds.
All right, so
So
one
the
of
third
the three.
ghost is the only one succeeds.
So we'll say I was moving left to right there, so that third one on the far right.
That's right. And the first two can no longer take reactions while they have that spell going. And then at the start of their turns, we will find out what happens to each of them. But
Okay.
the third one is unaffected.
I want to take a second because I did not do it at the beginning to thank some of the folks that gave us love at the beginning of the show.
Yay.
Thank you all. Brentley Moore, Angel Devilson, Melchior, Saint Thief, Numera, Call Me Tim. Okay, Tim. Hazimus, follower of Fahima, man-sized Puss in Boots, and more. Thank you so much for those balloons. We appreciate them. They make us happy. All
Says
right.
Puss in Boots.
Does that complete your... We've heard that name before, Fahima.
Have we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
heard it before.
funny.
Yeah.
Good one, though.
It's a good
It is
one.
a good one. It is a good one.
I guess with just whatever's left with my turn, I mean, just calling out to Fahima, Cho'Ran, and Whitebeard to keep away from the ghosts, you know, to get away from there.
Okay. You hear, by the way, Baojai screaming and holding her son and saying, "No, stop!" And we are up to the lady of the house,
Okay, let's see
who
what she does.
is going to.
I am
She's
staring
got-
right at her. Just at that
Yeah,
first.
she has got Civ right behind her, who just stabbed her. She is going to get really big and look back at Baojai and shoot forward, her eyes and hair flailing. Civ, you can take an opportunity attack if you would like.
I would, but if she's going after Baojai, can I?
She's not.
get in
She's
the-
moving. She's moving away from you and Baojai and Chomel.
Okay. I misunderstood. Yes, then I will definitely attack.
Okay.
Advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from Angel Devilson.
Thank you, Angel Davidson. Much better. 26.
Nice.
That
But
hits.
I'm not doing sneak attack because I only get that once a turn.
Right.
So this is regular damage. Still did 10 points of damage.
Nice.
You see her again scream as she tries to leave. And she flies forward at incredible speed, right through the center of the open bookcase there, right past you, Lily. You can also do an opportunity attack if you would like.
No thanks.
Okay. She goes back headed past. Where is near where Cho'Ran is. She goes zooming forward and goes into the ghost that is standing there closest to him, the head of the triangle there.
The only one not affected. Oh, the head of the
Did she
triangle
pass
is
by
affected
me,
by.
Jeff?
She did. You can do an opportunity attack if you'd
I
like.
will take that.
Okay.
Because
The only one
she will
who's
stop if I hit her.
Okay.
Her speed becomes 0.
Yep.
and that one is affected by confusion. It's the far right one you said that wasn't.
The far right one is the one not affected by confusion. Yes.
Okay.
18.
It hits.
That hits.
14 damage, and she stops right in front of me,
All right.
wherever square was.
She again screams and looks back at Bao Jai and goes, and Bao Jai says, "No, stop!" That completes her turn.
Bojai says that directed towards the lady.
She's screaming it out at all of you.
Oh.
It is a ghost turn.
All right, so Uggo is going to rage.
Okay.
Take his 2 attacks.
All right.
First one's a 13.
That
Oh, do I have
hits.
advantage, disadvantage?
You have advantage from Falstar, countered by Alpha Omega on the first, and the second is advantage from Corbin, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Okay, and the second attack is 19.
It also hits.
Okay, that's... First attack is 8 bludgeoning.
Can I use the Bardic Inspiration on her?
Sure.
And the second attack is 16 bludgeoning.
Sorry, what was the first?
8.
8 and 16. Oh boy. And both of those, I'm assuming, was with your magic two-handed.
No, it's just regular. Yeah, my two-handed. It's not magic. It's just the two-handed maul.
Yeah, that's right. It's not magic anymore because
Right,
he
it's
put
not
down
magic.
the flaming log. He doesn't have the log
okay.
anymore.
So both of those will be halved.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, you see your maul pass mostly through her, and yet she still screams and.
And Uggo, as he's raging, he screams, "Uggo, save lady from ghost!"
Okay. We are up to the ghosts.
So, okay, the first one on the left, those two have to roll a d10 each.
Right. Which direction they move?
I mean, it's not just that. It's either that or they don't get to take it.
9 and 4.
The first one that rolled a 9 gets to act normally. The second one doesn't move or take an action this turn. It is just confused and staying there.
And they look confused, right? You can tell that they have been affected by something.
And you saw me cast it, probably. I mean,
Probably
yeah.
heard you cast it too.
Yeah.
We can
so-
tell which ones are confused by the way that they're
Probably.
sort of behaving.
Yeah. Yes, I would think that's fair. That they are affected by some magical effect. You can certainly glean
So
that.
the middle one does nothing. The one on the left can act normally, and the
Yeah.
one on the right wasn't affected, so it can act.
Right. So the one on the left is going to move up and attack Fahima with Withering Touch.
Yikes.
I have advantage from Chaotic Brain, countered by Falstar. Oh, that was a 2. So that is a 7 total, which I'm assuming is a miss. So it comes up and goes. And
Really, you're younger now.
Not quite that squishy.
So it attempts to touch you, Fahima, but it does not. And the second one can't do anything. The third one will attack the thing most closest to it, which is Cho'Ran. And it will do the same. I have advantage from Melchior on this one. That's a 2. And that's a hit. Okay, so thank you, Melchior. So that attack hits Cho'Ran, and that is... Oh my golly, that's a lot of damage.
Oh boy.
Ooh, boy. 19 points of damage on Cho'Ran.
Oh, yikes.
So he immediately feels that touch and goes, ah! And you see again on his skin, like you saw before when a ghost would touch them, it reaches out and touches, and the whole skin it begins to blacken and die around it, and spindles of black stretching out over his exposed shoulder because he's wearing those rags. Yes.
Jeff, those two ghosts get to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of their turn to see if they can end the effect on themselves.
All right. I have advantage from Caldara on the first and advantage from the Carson on the second.
No.
That is a 16 on the first one.
Saves.
And a natural 20 on the second one.
Okay, then the confusion is done.
All right.
Cho'Ran does have mage armor cast on himself, yes. Just making sure that would have hit anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Did you already say his damage?
Yeah, it was
I
19.
did. 19.
Dang it. If he gets any more damage, I'm just going to pre-cutting words on him. So
Okay.
there's one.
And then this doll is going to attack him as well because he is closest. Whitebeard is just like sitting in the hallway watching all of this going.
What? So lame.
I mean, he's not his turn yet, but I'm just saying.
This is what I hire other people to do.
Exactly. Okay, so the doll is going to try to take a bite out of Cho'Ran. I have advantage from JT Justice, countered by Scully is my homegirl. The counters have come in on me, evidently.
It's about time.
That's a 6. Okay, so that would be a miss. So this baby coming in again, tries to take a bite out of Cho'Ran. Cho'Ran, who's dealing with this horrible necrotic damage on his shoulder, tries to kick at move his legs so that the doll doesn't get it, and he manages to evade the sharpened, jagged porcelain teeth of the baby doll.
I hate it so much.
And then we are up to Fahima, right? Yeah, Fahima.
Did I get skipped?
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, Lily. You should have gone
Okay.
before all the ghosts. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yep, go ahead now.
As long as no one died, it's okay. Wait. Isn't the lady of the house on our side? Weren't we supposed to collect all of the things to put her brain back in order or whatever?
She's definitely the
protecting
wrong
them.
party.
Isn't she protecting them?
I think they're somehow. She's a ghost! Kill it! I think they're somehow connected.
Yes, I don't think we want to kill her, is all I'm saying.
You're right.
I'm nodding.
I think that they are being protected by her, and maybe we need to get them, but not her, okay?
All right.
And then that might have taken my whole action. That was a lot.
No. You can talk.
Okay.
It's fine.
Thank you. I'm trying to see on this. Are the ghosts? They're still lined up right there. The 3 of them.
Yeah, they one of them was unable to do anything. One of them attacked Cho'Ran, which was right in front of him, and the other advanced to Fahima and attacked her.
Okay, I think if I put, I don't know if ghosts are affected by shatter, but I'm gonna try it. On the one in the middle, so it affects them around it, but not Fahima and not Cho'Ran.
All right, so you want to try to kind of put it behind them?
Yeah, kind of. I keep pointing to my screen, Jeff, like you can see where my hand is going. The middle ghost of the 3.
Yeah.
Kind of right behind the middle ghost of the 3, so it should hit
all 3 ghosts, but not either of them.
All 3
Yeah.
ghosts, but
I
not.
buy it.
It's a 10-foot.
Can it catch the doll? Oh, okay.
It's a 10-foot thing. The only problem with the doll is I'm afraid it's gonna get Cho'Ran. There's no way for me to do it without, and I feel like he can't take
probably
any
not
more
a lot
damage.
More. No.
Right. All right. Do they need to roll saves or no?
Yes.
I believe it's con saves.
Yes, con save.
All right. So I have advantage from Musk Stick via Lily Dumblestick fan. They're teaming up on me. Countered by Scully is my homegirl on the first. And then advantage from Melchior, countered by Scully is my homegirl on the second. And advantage from Ren and Stimpy, which is Changebox, I guess. Countered by Dyson Capes. The first one's an 18.
That
That's a 6.
That does not save.
Third one's a 5.
That does not save. So the ones that don't save, let me roll this damage.
Is it just
here.
halved for the save?
It's halved for the save one. So 4d8. Oh, cool. So 20 points of damage,
Nice.
Okay, well that makes it easy to have things.
and then 10 for the one that saved.
Well, you'll notice that the thunder damage that Shatter doesn't seem to affect these ghosts in the manner that you were hoping for.
Dang.
So
Probably have resistance to a lot of types of damage.
Oh,
They have a resistance
so
to
should
so
have hit
much
the
of-
porcelain doll with Shatter.
I
Just
know.
now realized, like, oh man,
Initial
that'd be
thing, but it's
great.
too close to Cho'Ran.
Yeah.
It's
Poor
gonna be
buddy.
Really hard.
Yeah.
Can you imagine we get all this way and then we accidentally kill Cho'Ran in like the final
Hey,
room of this
set it where it
house?
hit the doll.
Imagine
and
it,
Knock
because
on
it's
wood.
probably gonna happen.
Knock on wood.
he's very, very hurt. All right, does that complete your turn, Lily, or do you have anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I don't want to move away. I want to be able to heal Cho'Ran. So, does he look like he's gonna move, presumably on his turn?
Yes, you'd think he would move.
Okay.
He's standing next to a bunch of ghosts attacking him.
There's not much I can do then. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there because I think either way I'm gonna kind of invoke opportunity attacks. So
Okay. So
that was a
Fahima,
long, long way of saying yes, I'm done.
so Fahima, it is your turn.
Was this withering touch a melee attack? Will I invoke an opportunity attack if I move away from this ghost?
It is within 5 feet of you, yes.
Okay, well then that will happen. I will move to line up with the mages.
All right.
Mage line.
Up by James.
Line up.
I have advantage from Money Horse countered by Dice and Capes on this opportunity attack, but it is a 3.
Ema.
Clutch.
Okay, and then I cast Fireball.
Yes, you do.
Boom!
All right.
Onto the ghosts.
Okay.
Light
So
this
that's
place
a-
up.
Dexterity saving throw, and I would like to aim the Fireball so that I can get all 3 ghosts, but not get
Yeah.
Cho'Ran.
Same place that Lily put hers, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It's the magic spot.
All right. So I have 3 saves to make, right? False Star gave me advantage on the first, countered by Cosmic Lord's 09. Reaper 18 gave me advantage on the second, countered by Cosmic Lord 09. And Caldara gave me advantage on the third, countered by Cosmic Lord 09.
Yes,
wow,
Dexterity spell save is 16.
First one was a 16. Second one's a 6. Third one is a 20. Dirty 20.
Okay, so 2 of them will get half damage.
Come on.
Okay, that's where's Morgan when you need him? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 fire damage.
11 for the saves.
You'll notice that the fire doesn't seem to land with the same kind of intensity you would hope.
Oh my gosh, look at the
Oh,
fire!
There's a
They're
fireball!
taking it.
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh, amazing!
When you say that, does that mean it's not doing anything, or it's just
Yeah.
not doing as much as what you'd expect?
It's not doing as much as what you'd expect.
Okay.
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 Read
Resistance
resistance.
is not invulnerable. Okay.
Yes.
So Shatter just looks like I turned the music up a little too loud.
I mean, it hurts them, right? You see their bodies vibrate, but it doesn't
Yeah.
land with the impact that you expect, based on how your spell felt.
And they're all still standing?
They are all still standing.
Floating.
Yeah.
I'm still standing. Right. Okay. So now we are at Whitebeard's turn. Whitebeard is actually going to creep around the corner, and he does not like the looks of that porcelain doll. He's going to whip
Yeah.
it and whip
Come on,
it good.
Whitebeard.
Yeah.
Come on, Whitebeard.
I have advantage from Changebox, countered by Lazy Pixie, excuse me. So that will be a 9.
You still have the branches on the end of his whip?
He does.
Nice.
And what is it? Plus with the porcelain doll is a miss. But he attempts to whip this thing. He steps around the corner into the room and tries to whip the doll with his whip that has those branches tied onto the end. And the doll leaning back and forth. The whip goes cracking right past its little porcelain face with creepy hollow eyes. And Whitebeard is like, "What in the seven hells?" You know. And Cho'Ran's turn. Cho'Ran is going to heedlessly, carelessly run straight toward his family.
Really?
Oh, he's not going to disengage?
He could just disengage.
Right.
Disengage, bro.
Well,
Can I scream disengage as he's running this way?
yeah. I mean, he's going to attempt to
Is
get
that
away
too
from
metagamey, Jeff?
It's
If I
pretty
just
metagamey.
scream jet it.
Disengage. Use the disengage action. This thing's going to take a swipe at him.
How does one indicate that in play? Like, dodge when you run.
Yeah.
I just rolled a natural 20 on my attack here. I had advantage from Alpha Omega countered by Cosmic Lord 09. So this thing is going to do.
Is this the ghost or the doll?
It's the doll,
Ugh.
which is actually better for you guys
Gonna do
because
baby damage.
baby damage. The ghost-
So if
the
it's
bows
small
could be way
hands,
worse.
it's less damage.
It's the worst. It's
Yeah.
the worst kind of damage.
Baby damage.
All right. Okay, the baby takes a slice at him, and he takes 15 points of damage, which is actually not bad for a crit.
But he has cutting words.
Yes, she cutting words did.
Oh, right, so that-
I prepared that.
That yes, you did. That what is that halved?
It's a
No.
one. I think it's a D8.
Oh, D8.
D8 minus the
Minus.
damage.
Okay, why don't you roll that and let me know?
5.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
10. You see him scream and run at the lady of the house, and he runs right through her, through the ignoring her as much as possible, through that hole in the wall, right at Yusuf and his wife and son, and he reaches out with both arms. You see him limping, bleeding. He's torn up. His arm is blackened from necrotic damage, and he kind of falls to his knees and puts his arms out. And he says as he falls, "It's just me. It's just me. I'm here. Please, please." And to that, Bao Zhai looks down at him and feels the actual weight of his hands on her body. He holding her arm, grabbing her forearm, holding his son on the shoulder. Civ, you see this right next to you, and you see her, Bao Zhai, look down, and she looks up and screams, "Stop!" And it is.
So she doesn't even she doesn't have any kind of what's the word?
Recognition.
Yeah, recognition or awareness that he's there. She just totally ignores him and screams stop.
That's the opposite of what happened. She
Oh.
sees that he is real and he is
I see.
touching her, and she screams stop.
Got it. Okay. So it's a reaction to what he's doing.
Yes.
Got it.
If you remember at the end of last episode, he was trying to convince her that he was real.
Yeah.
And she thought he was some trick. So now she has felt him actually touch her skin and seen him touch their son, and
Yeah.
she's screaming, "Stop."
Got it.
Okay.
And it is top of the round. Civ.
Wow, what a 10 seconds that was.
Yeah.
Kidding.
6.
So the lady of the house literally just moved towards the ghost, but then got stopped by Ugo and hasn't done anything since. Correct.
She could have taken attack of opportunity on Cho'Ran, and she didn't.
Yeah, I know. Woof. And Cho'Ran's totally messed up. And how bad does Bao Zhai and Chomel look?
They look gaunt. They look haggard, but they
Yeah.
do not look physically injured in the same way that someone who's been in a fight would.
Can I see how this door. Well, they're ghosts, so what difference does that make? That'd be stupid.
Dang, you're so brutal.
Stupid ghost.
All right, well, I mean, I really hate those ugly, hideous, stupid baby doll things that you keep attacking us with, Jeff. So I'm gonna run. Now I'm pointing at the screen. I'm gonna run, jump up onto the desk, and then leap off of the desk with my knife out, and I'm gonna try to end this doll.
When you jump on the table, Ugo says, "Throw me the log."
Can I do that as a bonus action?
I don't think a bonus action. I think that'd take a full action.
Can I kick it towards him as a bonus action? Can I kick it off the table towards him?
Yeah, you can kick it as you're running by it. Sure, I'll let you kick
Okay.
it. Let's do a dexterity check and see if it gets to him, though.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Can he grab it with his
One time.
prehensile tail?
Give me a dexterity check. You have advantage from Corbin, countered by Grim Faded.
I just assume if he can like curl up with Lily with it, he could
Yeah,
use it.
true.
Yeah. No,
Hey,
Sure.
whoa, hey.
I only got a 10 on the dex check.
yeah. So you make contact with it, and it
Right.
slides. It doesn't really make it to Uggo. It kind of falls off the desk about 5 feet away from you, Uggo.
Okay.
Okay. I'm still going to leap off of the desk, knife out, and I want to stab this thing right in the face as hard as possible.
Stab that baby.
And Ugo also says,
face.
"Throw it out the window."
You have advantage from Corbin, countered by Grim Faded on your attack.
Okay, thank you. That would be a dirty 20.
It hits.
Get it.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 26 points of damage.
So you shatter a large portion of this thing's skull as you come down with that knife, that chef's knife that you plucked off the table, that magical artifact that manifested out of the vision itself, that murder weapon, and you come down with it and slash, stabbing directly on the top of this little baby doll that's going, and it shatters a large portion of its skull, cracking the porcelain itself and falling off, and it's only got like a quarter of the face left, and you just hear it go.
God.
Oh my God.
There's Jeff.
Nightmares.
There's a little bit of Civ. The fact that he never got a toy when he was a little kid. That just adds that much more hatred towards this doll.
And this is for all the kids that had toys.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I make horror movies, and that was messed up.
Is that complete your turn? I'm assuming. Yes.
Yeah, I want to save
right.
my reaction. So yeah.
James, you're up.
I'm gonna call out to Uggo, let the lady be. Let's see what she does. And would you allow me my bonus action to... I have a healing potion that we've had these side adventures that I have not used, that I could toss it behind me in Cho'Ran's direction. And basically like, Cho'Ran! Basically like toss it back into the room.
I'll allow that if I allow Civ kicking a
Thank you.
log, a big
literally just
two-handed
kinda-
log.
Here! Ugh!
Yeah.
And I'll take a couple steps back. And which of the ghosts took the most from the fireball? Was it the right one?
Yeah, it's the far right one.
All right, 2 Eldritch Blasts into that one.
Okay. You're probably gonna want to watch this.
2 steps the other direction, please. Yes. thank
Also, I need you to roll a dexterity check for that toss of the.
you. Okay, sure.
You have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Alpha Omega on that.
That's a nat 1.
Oh!
So as you pull it out of your thing to throw it behind you, it catches on your belt and it topples to the ground, shattering and spilling all the health potion onto the floor.
Oh!
Roll in it.
Slurp it
Lick
up!
the ground! Lick the ground!
I throw Cho'Ran a straw.
I would not be above licking a cure potion off of the ground. Not be above
Wouldn't be the
that.
first time.
Not to be above.
So two Eldritch Blasts to the right ghost then.
Yes, so you have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Ouroboros 43 on the first. Advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Grim Faded on the second.
Thanks. That's a 17 to hit and a 19 to hit.
Both hit.
Nice. Take this. Oof, not great. 11 points total of force damage.
They both went to the same target,
to
right?
the same one, yes.
Yeah.
So excited to see this.
I think I built it up now, and I'm not sure. I mean, I put the map room on the spot, but there it is!
Oh, look!
Oh my gosh.
Amazing. Wow. That is so cool.
Isn't that rad?
Yeah.
Look at them get like exhausted.
They're sad.
Oh.
They're like,
that-
owie.
They're bowing.
Oh.
So your
11
Eldritch-
force damage, yeah.
Yeah, your Eldritch Blast emits from your hand and flies across the room, and purple arcane energy slams into these things. And just the one on the far right, and it lands with its full force, which is good. Does that complete your turn?
Yes.
Okay. It is the lady's turn, and
Let's see what she does.
she looks at you, Uggo, with rage in her eyes, just smoldering black eyes, hair flying around, and she looks back again at Baojai and looks forward at Civ and starts rushing forward toward you, Civ, with this fury. But she passes by you and goes directly into the ghost. And as she passes through it, she makes a line through all three of the ghosts. And as she passes through each one, each of them goes, and it's as if she steals something from them. And she moves through the entire line and swoops around, flying at this incredible speed, almost getting horizontal. Her bloody dress, flapping. There's no wind. She is incorporeal, but it moves like as if she is flying through them and passing through each of them. And they are immediately kind of poof out of existence. It doesn't seem like she has destroyed them, but she has somehow dismissed them in some powerful way. And she lands directly in front of the porcelain doll. Its face broken. There's only a third of it left. The bottom half of its mouth still going. And she lifts it up with her hands and holds her hands tight on its face and screams into its face, and you see it go slack in her hands, some essence dissipating from inside the doll, and it goes slack in her hands, and she opens them, and it lands with a thud on the ground, lifeless. And
sorry, the animation reached out for the baby doll's head right as you were saying that. So
Wow.
sorry, Jeff.
Wow.
No problem. Gave me a chance to drink some wine. So as that happens, she turns and looks, and she's huffing, and her hair still wild, her eyes smoldering. She is a picture of fury, and you see her go, unable to communicate in any way other than that. And Baojai from the back of the room says, Cho'Ran, it is you. It is you. And he says, yes, Baojai, it is I. And he holds his son tight. And he looks back and he says, what is this foul phantasm? And she says, she has protected us. She has protected us. Please.
Uggo walks
all
over
hear
to
that.
Lily slowly and says, I think that's Yanmo.
Yes.
What's the lady of the house doing now, Jeff? She's
She's-
continuing to like scream and hiss and.
She's like hovering there. She seems in a quite a state of. She's heightened. She seems angry. She seems frenzied, and she's just sort of hovering there, looking at you and Uggo, those that struck her, and she's standing there. And then she looks at Baojai, and Baojai looks up, holding Cho'Ran, who is kneeling there in this puddle of a health potion at his feet. And
His feet look amazingly healthy.
Yeah, they are. The toenails have
Cuticles are just
pedicured themselves. It's amazing.
Wow.
So she's Baojai is holding him as he sort of kneels at her lap. Feels very matronly right now, right? She's got her son on one side holding tight, and her husband, or not husband, her beloved, pressed in tight to her as well. And she stands there and she says, I need to know who you are.
who we are. Is she talking to us?
Yeah, to everyone else there who's not her husband.
I sheathe the knife quickly and put both my hands up, and I'm slowly backing away from the lady of the house. And I'm saying, James, say something to her. James, she still seems very angry.
I'll step forward and put my hand on Lily's shoulder. We came here with your husband to find you. We came from Boster, where we tried to find you in Ostrom.
Ostrom.
We found his body outside.
Yes. And Cho'Ran says, What happened to Ostrom? She says, I saw it. I knew it. On the right here, I saw him turn on us. He was plotting against us. He was never loyal. Ostrom was a traitor. I knew it. I saw it. I reached for my dagger before he had the chance to betray us. He tried to deny it. He tried to help us into the castle. But I knew it was all lies. And then the spirits came for him. Oh. You see, Cho'Ran. Oh. Ostrom. I don't believe it. I saw it with my eyes.
People do crazy things for inexplicable reasons sometimes, but we're here to help you, okay? And we can get much deeper into who we are and why we are, but you can ask your husband, you can ask anyone here. We want to help, and I know we didn't make the best first impression.
Jeff.
Yeah.
But
is she telling the truth?
Roll an insight check. You have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck fan, countered by Grim Fated.
16.
You've never met this woman before.
Right.
You don't know her, but she seems to believe what she's saying.
Okay.
She seems to believe it.
This island is full of foul magics and has been for years. It's very possible that Ostrom was bewitched and turned against you. The reason we attacked, I'm so sorry, the reason we attacked the lady when we first arrived is we've been fighting ghosts for hours now, trying to find you and save you. So I'm very sorry if we had the wrong impression.
You see Cho'Ran get up to his feet. It's painful and difficult.
I'll step forward to help him up.
Okay. He says, Why did you come here? And Baojai pulls her son closer into herself, and she says, You know, Jomel is a born leader. He insisted. He wanted to come here. He said the castle was the only place that was truly safe. Ostrom objected, but I ordered. Jomel ordered him to obey.
How's the kid look? I'm now turning my eyes, looking down at little Jomel. How's his demeanor?
He is clearly frightened and uncomfortable. He's clutching something in his hands. It's difficult to see, but if you'd like to roll a perception check.
Yes.
while that's happening, Jeff, I just want to walk over to Cho'Ran and do Cure Wounds on him.
Okay.
I don't have any highest spell levels, so I can do it at first level. Maybe I'll have to do it a couple times.
Okay. James, you have advantage from Vutha Vith, countered by Grim Faded on your
It's a
perception
16.
check. 16. You can see in his hand, he's clutching it tight to his chest, but he seems to be holding a figurine that seems to be handcrafted, made out of twigs and feathers. It looks like bits of the trees that you saw on the way in here, snapped off, woven together, tied in a little bundle, but made to look like a little person. And woven in all of those little twigs are black raven feathers. He holds it tightly against his chest.
Chomel? Chomel, what told you to come here? What gave you the idea that this castle was the safest place?
Dreams?
Dreams.
It's
Did
okay, darling. You can
find
talk.
Did you find that here? I'm pointing to the toy.
Yes, I found it here.
I'm gonna turn around and look at the lady in the house. Is this from Jaspin? Is this the toy she gave your son?
And she hovers and nods. And then she starts floating slowly, deliberately across the room, straight back towards you. Right up to your face, James. Right next to you, Lily. You can see through her, but there is something in her eyes, a recognition. And then she moves through you, and it is uncomfortable. It feels strange. Lily, you feel it too. She moves between you, but through you, passing through your body. And as you do, it is cold. It is wrong. It feels disturbing. There's a chill that runs up your spine and into your neck. Your hair stands on end. And she moves past you and into Baojai. And as she settles there and you see this frayed hair pass into Baojai, you see Baojai immediately react and fall limp. And then
Try to catch her.
Open her eyes. Why did you attack me? You have seen. Finally, someone has seen the horrors of this place. You have seen what we have endured. All of this coming out of Baojai's face. You see no remnant of the lady. You just see this coming out of Baojai, but her voice distant, changed, hollow.
Where is your son? Your oldest son, the one that Jaspin gave that toy.
I fear he has been corrupted. It is why I will not allow this place to pass quietly into oblivion. They used us to prepare. They call those of noble blood, grooming, waiting, corrupting. My son, this boy.
The things that corrupted Jaspin.
She nods.
I'm
Lady,
stepping away. I'm stepping away and I'm putting my head down.
Can you leave this house?
No, I hold
together by my will. But you have seen what is wrong with this house. The land, the soil, the trees. The Lord of Crows. This place is befouled by his essence. He is old. He remembers a time before. He longs to help them fill the void. Time passes. Hundreds of years. The cycle approaches. Progress has been made. They know. They search. They prepare.
James, we need to go.
Can I do an Arcana or a history check to see if I've read anything about a Lord of Crows?
Sure. You have advantage from Scully's My Homegirl, countered by Alpha Omega.
That's a 27.
27. You are 100% certain you've never heard of the Lord of Crows.
Typical, so typical.
Sorry.
Lily, is she going to let us go?
I don't know. Can we take them with us now?
Yes.
How do we make sure that you find rest?
You wouldn't like to be set free? Because we could certainly try.
I cannot rest until the Lord of Crows is beaten back. Until my son is freed from his corruption.
Where can we find him?
You see Baojai open her eyes. What? And you see the lady of the house back up and sort of recede into the wall. You see her sort of floating there, half in the wall, half out of it. And Cho'Ran says, we must get them out of here. And from the back, you hear, oh, we're leaving. We're leaving as fast as we can.
I kind of forgot he was still here.
I did not.
Cho'Ran, are you?
Nothing.
I healed Cho'Ran 10 hit points.
Nice.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
I can do more if he's not able to walk.
Nothing else in this room. You just said rations and stuff to keep people here a long time, supplies, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Jaspin, or there was mention in the memories of recipes of the rum or anything like that. Was there anything that resembled that on the bookshelves in the study?
In the study,
Yeah.
no.
On the other side
I mean,
of the
the thing about the books in the study, if you take care to look at them now, is that they seem, when you try to grab them, your hand seems to pass through them, as so many of the objects in this house are. The objects that manifested through the visions are the notable exceptions, where they seem to be created as real things, but so much of the house, when you attempt to grasp it or handle it, or the walls seem to be there but then not sometimes, and all of the objects, as you try to grab them, they slip through your fingers. You pass through them as if they're not there.
Ugo, take the log. I grabbed the book, the Heroes and the Dragon. I'm grabbing that.
I want to walk over to Chomel and kneel down in front of him to get on his level. and say to him, "Has Lord of Crows come to you in a vision?"
No. Visions, no. But sometimes this keeps me company.
How so?
Mama thinks I'm telling stories, but it speaks to me.
I believe you. What does it say?
It whispers that I can help, that I am destined to lead.
Destined
Jeff?
to lead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Destined to lead where? Who? Do you see people?
All of them.
And how old are you when you're destined to lead them? Now? In a little while?
In a little while. I'm certain there's much to learn.
And do good things happen or bad things happen when you're destined to lead?
I don't know. I hope good.
Can you let us know the next time? Do you have a name for your doll? The next time it talks to you?
I call him Winger Sticks.
Whoa.
Jeff.
Go ahead.
Ugo
Wow.
walks in and kneels down next to Fahima and pulls a small hammer from him, his side, and holds it in front of Cho'Ran and says, "This is very important to me. I want to give it to you because it was the first time I was your age. I was handed this, and since then I have felt safe. Perhaps it will help you feel safe." And I hold out the hammer to him. It's just one of the little crustacean hammers.
So are you lying?
No, I'm not lying to him. I'm literally giving it to him.
And it'd be so when you were, oh, I see what you're saying. When you were his age, a hammer, not this hammer.
Not this hammer.
Yeah,
This hammer.
Yeah.
This one.
I thought you were bequeathing this.
No,
I was
no.
like,
A
wait, how
hammer,
old is
not
Ugo? He's
this
only
hammer.
10?
Yeah. And
Why
he
does it
reaches
smell
out,
like crab?
he reaches out his hand and it's shaking, and he grabs it, and he takes it in his hand, and he pulls it back, and his mother squeezes his arm, and he says, "Thank you."
I want you to remember that hammer when you are in a bubble.
Can I hold Mr. Wingersticks?
There's confusion in his eyes.
No, he's mine. He's mine.
Can I just touch him? Just hold his hand?
We need to go. We don't know how much longer before these ghosts come back.
"We need to go" is the best advice I've heard all day. Well done, Tabaxi.
I'll awaken mine to Fahima. We will get it. We will get it. Just not now.
All right. Let's thank some folks that are giving us love. Zach Mac 09, Silver Gem. That's a new name. Goofus McDorkle. That's a great name. Reaper 18, English Andy, Crapton Crunch, where did it go? Vegan Dracolich, Katrin, Bo Busy, and others. Thank you so much for those. We appreciate it. Okay, what is the plan?
Get out of here.
Yeah, I would like to, as best as possible, I know there's 3 of them, but go back to bodyguarding Cho'Ran, Chomel, and Baojai as we beeline it out the door.
As we're going out the door, Ugo's going to kind of get close to Civ and say, there was treasure, supposedly. Whitebeard's going to want that.
Yes, I know. I'm hoping we can negotiate that once we get back to the boats. Right now,
Maybe
we don't
this
have a lot.
club and these things. I don't know.
Sure. Do you want to grab the other things on the desk?
Oh, the cup.
Yeah,
Great,
what
get-
hasn't been
get the
grabbed,
cup.
Jeff? Yeah.
I mean, there was a shard of glass.
Okay.
There was a
The
cup,
silver key.
the silver key,
Yeah, anything that's left on the desk, we'll pick up and put into the sack and get out.
Okay.
Ogo, can I hold on to the cup?
You can have all of it if you want.
No. Well, all right, but really just the cup.
Okay, here you go. It's very pretty.
Sentimental value. I love it.
Is the lady of the house still floating mid-wall, or did she leave?
Yes, as you guys start moving through the castle, she hangs back, but sort of slowly hovers and follows you quite a ways back, but it's sort of this haunting presence that's constantly sort of following you as you move out of the study and through. It's as if she's watching you go and wants to keep an eye on you, but is far enough back that she's not really with you or involved. It's a little disconcerting.
Yes.
A little?
All right.
Standard ghost stuff, honestly.
Yeah.
So.
We're used to it by now.
If you recall, the second floor had those two L-shaped hallways. You are on the right-hand side coming out of the study. There's only one exit to the study. There's an entrance as you leave there on your left. Looking at the map, it would be on the right, but as you leave, it would be on your left to that other sitting room where you saw the vision of going through the window. I assume you want to pass by that and keep going down the hall and make a right. You're going as directly to the stairway as possible, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, so she's the lady of the house is sort of still behind us. You said she's sort of floating behind us.
She is, but it's quite a ways back. It is as if in the movies where the person's like, follow that car, but make sure you're not seen. It's kind of like that action.
Like you can clearly see that there are headlights that have been consistently behind us the whole time.
It's obvious that she's following you, but like attempting to be subtle about it, kind of deal.
Does she when we look behind, does she kind of like?
Yeah. She's like, leans against the wall.
Funny hat.
Has to be looking at art on the wall.
I will turn back towards her and ask, can we leave now?
And you see her hovering there and nods.
I know where Jaspin is. I have some questions for him. Is there anything you'd like me to tell him?
And she stares at you with these cold black eyes, these hollow eyes that you can see. They're so black, and yet you can see through them, past them. She stands there still. She has sort of standing crazed face, right? She can not ever not look a little crazed and unhinged, but she stands there and hovers there, and she makes dead stare eye contact with you, James, and she raises her hand and makes this motion.
Even I understand what that means.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry I hit you with my hammers.
All right, so you guys are continuing to make your way downstairs.
Goodbye, lady.
Yes.
Thank you for letting us in your house.
If they're having this conversation with her, I'm trying to get the two hostages and Cho'Ran towards the door. So while they slow down to talk to her, I'm going to keep them going.
And you hear, as that's all happening, you hear Chomel, Mommy, do I follow these men? Yes. Cho'Ran says, yes, son, please, Baojai, please. And she's like, we've been here, I don't know how long, and I don't know if this is right or if this is all in my mind, if you are even real. Feel my hand, my beloved, please, feel my hand. You left us to die. You left us here and with him, and he's a traitor. No, please, you must go with these people, please. All of that is happening as you're trying to move. Sit, hang,
I don't know if I'd get involved in all of that. I think I would just be like, and we're walking, and we're walking, and we're walking.
That's what you're overhearing as that's happening, and they're sort of reluctantly moving down the hallway. You hear the floorboards creak on the second floor. You're moving through that hallway, and you hear distant Clearly the house is not clear, but as you hear those sounds, you see the lady of the house get larger again and sort of expand out, and you feel this presence that is almost ushering you through this place, almost chaperoning you as you make your way through the hallway, out, down, past the pictures that are on the wall to that big staircase that leads down into the entry hallway.
Ghosts are apparently like wolves. There is alpha, and they leave the alpha alone.
And they live in caves?
Yes, but house. It's a house cave.
Okay. That makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
And we're walking, and we're walking, and right through these doors.
Do we need anything else in this house?
I really would have liked to grab one of those books, but
I don't
everything
think they're
seems
real.
a bit hard to grasp.
Yes.
Did anyone
I think
else? And I'm
Shep
holding
wants
up.
one of the dolls.
What?
No, I hold up the book. I can't make sense of all of this, but that story that she was telling her children, the story about the heroes and the dragon. Those heroes sounded like the wardens. The story described a dwarf with gauntlets and hammers. That sounds like our friend Orad Ironmark, unless I'm going crazy, which it's possible, but...
I said that.
Yes, no, I know, you did. And I think you're right. I wasn't sure at first, but I don't know.
Can you say that again?
I think you were right.
Okay, thank you.
You're very smart.
I love you, James.
I love you too. Come on. I am still, by the way, deeply distracted and I'm shook. I'm full shook.
Okay.
Was that book? It was unreadable, or?
Yeah, it looks handwritten. The cover
Right.
You see, but every time you try to open it, it seems as if the pages are blank.
That's right.
You aren't able to discern any words upon it, although the words seem to be there in the vision. You remember hearing the lady speak them to her children. All right, so you have moved down that grand staircase, right, out into the first floor. You have to move around the edges of that big swooping staircase that leads to the area that you first entered into the castle, and you see again those stone slabs, those pillars with those two knight heads on them. One has a blanket still tossed over it, but again they glow, and they glow differently now. Before, there was this kind of amused watching of you where it felt like you were being mocked, and the eye slit where the helm sat glowed green, and it sort of oozed this essence of emerald coming out of it. Now it oozes a sort of dark red color.
Ooh.
The eyes simmer, and that sense of mirth has completely left. Now there's a menace that you feel from those eyes. The house itself seems to be enraged, and as you move down the staircase behind you through the passageway that you moved through, the lady of the house kind of arrives in that entryway and sits there as she watches you go down the stairs and land at the bottom on the first floor. And she sort of sits there on the second floor, hovering, looking, waiting, observing those statues as they are turned completely 180 degrees from the direction that they usually look, and are staring right at you with that simmering red. Even beneath that blanket, you can see the simmering red seep through the blanket.
I think we've worn out our welcome here.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. Well, same page.
Do we have to walk between them to get to the door?
You do.
Didn't we
Want me
already
to
do
bang
that?
on them?
Well, yeah, I mean, to get all the way down to the exit, I guess.
Did we already pass them, or are we still?
As of this moment, you are at the base of the stairs, looking at them, looking back at you, and you'd have to pass between them to get out of the.
I see. Then I'm going to get in front of Cho'Ran, Chomel, and Baojai.
Yeah, I'll hold them back for a moment. Hang on. One
and
moment.
I'm going to, unless you tell me you're doing that, James, I have a hand on one of them and I'm pulling them through.
Okay.
Like I'm leading, but I'm pulling them through behind me.
Okay, sure. As long as you're first. Yeah. I was gonna let some of us try and make sure there wasn't, whatever about that.
I have one goal right now.
All right.
One goal.
Quickly. Go.
GTFO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight, Civ. You are ahead of them, pulling them as fast as possible through between those two gauntleted heads. Is that right?
Yes.
Everybody else is also running right behind, or are we moving that group and then waiting?
I'll keep right behind them as the sandwich them between Civ and I.
All right.
Yeah. I think let's come on.
And I have no idea where Whitebeard's at.
Okay, so he's in the back, looking behind you. You're checking your flank, moving. Whitebeard has been very affected by this experience in the sense that he is not within his element. He's been turned old. He has seen things that he's only heard legend of. He's not going to show outward fear, but he's being very cautious, and he's sort of deferring in a way that you've never seen Whitebeard do before, deferring to you guys, to the mages, to the people that seem to be handling this, who seem to be able to affect these things. As angry as he was about the ghosts and wanting to strike them down, he took one whip at the porcelain thing, missed, and he's been sort of, frustrated and off his game. Clearly, he's off kilter and unbalanced. He's not comfortable here.
New side of the big guy. New side.
Yeah. So he's certainly down the stairs with you, and when you guys run, he runs. And you'll recall that when James attempted to help Whitebeard, they both returned to this front door and attempted to open it.
Yep.
And it did not open. It seemed to be locked. And that is what you find, as well as the entire team. Civ, you first among them, run to the door and hit it, and everyone kind of slamming in behind you, and they all push up against it. It's that thing where everybody kind of slams into the door and it does not budge. And you see the eyes, the helmets turn their red gaze and rotate all the way around, slowly as you all are started pushing against the door, seeing if your
Is
force
there a
can.
keyhole?
There is a keyhole.
I would immediately drop down and start trying to pick it.
Ugo
Okay.
pulls out the key. You want to try this one?
Is it the right size?
It is not. It's much too small for this door.
Good thinking though.
It is good thinking. But as you're pushing, as the heads start rotating around, roll me I'll just say, you notice at the top of the stairs, the lady of the house raises her arms up and her dress billows, and the door pops open and you all come tumbling through it as you're pushing up against it. Civ kneeling, trying to pick the lock. She raises her arms and the doors fly open, and you see out in front of you that entryway with the gnarled trees, so thin and bare. That front entryway, as you walked up, you all kind of tumble through that entry, that doorway.
Yeah.
Are
the crows still there? Are the crows still in the trees?
They are not. It is bare trees. It is open. The sky is dark. There's that green hue coming from behind you from the castle itself, still sort of shimmering with that emerald hue, like a torch illuminated. And you see the ground, the soil on either side. Far to your right is the broken, dead body of Ostrom. You see the trees all on either side, these thin branches, the branches that you broke off and turned into weapons, the branches that seem to have been used to create the little figurine that Chomel grasps in his hand.
I'm going to pick myself up and help Chomel, Cho'Ran, and Baojai to get up and keep moving, keep going, and lead them back to the ship.
Okay.
On our way, I'd also like to pick up a couple twigs or maybe a branch and any feathers that might be littering the ground, just to, you know, perhaps study later or perhaps to be used in a spell later.
I'll ask Cho'Ran as well if he wants us to take Ostrom's body.
He looks at his wife and he says, I think we should. She says, he wasn't a traitor. And Cho'Ran says, I do not believe he was capable of that. He was my most trusted man. I do not believe he could possibly have been capable of that. She says, are you saying I'm lying to you?
You know what? I think she's right. I think we should just leave the body. Let's go. And I look back and look at James and I wink and then I grab them and pull them towards the ship.
Okay. And
Ugo looks at James and winks and picks up the body.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ugo.
And as you pull them and they start moving, you hear Civ Chomel scream.
Oh no.
And then you turn back and look at him, and the figurine in his hand begins to violently shake. And he throws it to the ground. It lands in the dirt and continues flopping and convulsing on the ground.
Get away from it.
Yeah, can I pull them away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do what?
I'd like to pull them away, all three of them, if possible.
Yeah, he kind of threw it down himself. He wants to back away anyway. So yeah, you're all kind of moving back from it. When it lands on the dirt, it's flopping, it's convulsing, and the black feathers inside it begin to shake loose. And there's a cracking and snapping sound as if something is stepping on dried branches. And the twigs and pieces of wood that made up its form vibrate and rattle. And in the trees all around you, black winged crows begin to assemble, landing one by one on the limbs, lining up as you saw before, landing 1, 2, 5, 10, dozens of them landing on the limbs, staring at you. And then all at once, the figurine bursts apart, the wood twisting and growing, spiraling into a much larger form, an almost humanoid form, wooden, built of sticks and branches. It looks like a full-sized version of a toy figure, the toy figure that Chomel held in his hand, a wicker creature, a bundle of twigs given life. And beside it, in the dirt, the feathers are moving too. But not in a gentle, feather-like way. They pop and they shudder, jostling near one another, forming almost a pile. And then more feathers join them, falling from the trees, falling from the birds, the rooks and magpies, the jackdaws and ravens, the crows that sit sentry in the barren trees. And as the pile grows, it too convulses and eventually blasts apart, revealing a hideous sight. A winged demon, horned and vile, taut musculature stretching against thin skin, skin that is gray, eyes burning red. And that's where we're going to intermission.
Wow!
Really wanted to interrupt you and throw the body on top of it as it was convulsing.
The interrupt
was so cool.
Yeah.
You can.
So wanted to interrupt him. I had some ideas with Chomel and yeah, whatever.
We can do any of that. We can do any of that. When we get back from intermission, we can go back in time. And,
Lily just steps on it right when it starts.
Just thump.
crushes the two feathers.
I'm actually talking to Whitebeard. I don't even notice what's happening.
Never mind.
And that's how you do a Boolean knot, hey?
You got to teach your men because they're not doing it right.
All right, so I want to thank some folks before we go to break. Jay Freak, Just Jules, Reaper 18, Scully is my homegirl, Lily Dumblestuck fan, Love for the Cat Man, Funky G Mac Man, Angel Devilson, the Carson, and others. Thank you for the balloons. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. We're going to take a brief intermission. Araban's going to hang out with you. And when we get back, the team's going to roll initiative.
Yay.
There's a potato.
2 of them.
2 potatoes.
Oh,
Potato,
my
potato.
goodness.
Dang.
What?
Yeah.
2 potatoes from
50,
Calcania.
baby.
Thank you,
Holy
Calcanius.
moly.
Jeff is in the
Whoa.
zone. Jeff is in the
Seriously.
zone.
Seriously.
How did I
As he
miss the
should be.
potatoes?
It just happened. You
Yes.
have a lot going on.
I have a
Wow,
lot
wow,
going on.
wow.
You were
Who gave
busy
us
building
the-
our demise.
Who gave us the potatoes?
2 more
Okay.
from
Oh, twinsies.
Hey.
Too crazy. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's so
peeps.
generous.
Dang, guys.
Wow.
Incredible. Potatoes!
Potato.
All right, we're going to go eat our potatoes au gratin.
Yeah,
That's
right.
our new battle
Yeah.
cry.
Yeah.
Potatoes. We are
take a little
potatoes.
Brief respite, and we'll be back on the flip side. See you soon. Thanks.
I am serious. What are potatoes? Someone tell me. Is it a foodstuff? Milo, do me a favor. Go on to Goggle and check out potatoes. I'm very confused. They just keep showing up. Also, oh, wait a second. Milo is dead. That's interesting. Thank you so much, Saint Thief, for that. You've killed my minion. Well, fear not, Watchers. We just had quite the first half. I don't even feel like it's fair that I'm here right now dealing with you, because I do believe we should be watching a show where we are fighting, not watching an old... I almost called myself a squid. An old illithid talking with two slow jazz music. What? Milo, can you do me a favor and turn that up a touch? That's really snappy. Ooh, I like this. Actually, let's just take a moment, everyone, and relaxicles, yes? Ah. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in through the nostrils. I don't have nostrils, but you do if you're human and watching. And when you're ready, let it out! Ha! Listen, we'll get back to the show very soon. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. And again, slow down, relax, take it easy. I don't know about you, but my heart was racing like a lion in the throes of battle. Do lions? I'm not sure lions ever get into the throes of battle. It doesn't matter. A lion, nonetheless. And I need a little bit of time to recover, as do you. We were just put through a very, very complicated experience. We were given what they like to call in the movies a cliffhanger. Thank you, Jeff Cannata, for ruining another intermission. We wanted to be able to have fun and enjoy. Now we're all stressed out because we don't know what's going to happen next. Am I wrong? Rhaegar, can I hug Lord Ereban? Yes, but not for another few months until we're through with this whole thing. Oh, really quick, I wanted to say this. If you're not watching this live, I highly recommend watching live. That's Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Hello, Watchers. Here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show. You see the star? Click it so you'll get a reminder when we're live on Wednesday nights. Now, since we're done with all of that jazz, I mean, we're still listening to jazz. Is this jazz? What is this? Could someone tell me what this is? By the way, I've hired a few people to work in the home over these last couple of weeks and through the next couple of weeks. So if you hear me yelling out to someone, it is to one of my butlers. Ragtime and jazz. Curtis! Curtis, can you hear me? Do me a favor and write down this word. Ragtime. And then the word jazz. Yes. No, put the words together in like a string of words. Ragtime, then jazz. Good. Perfect. All right, I will remember this. This is great. Milo put this on. I don't know what this is. This must be his Spotify playlist. All right. Raz time, says Fireworm. I'll have to remember that as well. Also, right. Charles, please. Yes, you. Can you write down Raz time? Perfect. Hold on, we're getting more here. Dixieland. It's Dixieland. Write that, Charles. Thank you. Lord A, could you say hi to Izzy? She is your 3-year-old superfan. Hello, Izzy. How are you? How are things? I'm always surprised when young children are interested or are fascinated by me. I scare most things that I come across. Dogs, cats, mountain lions. Not children, though. For some reason, they say, "What is that?" Twinson, what is that? Where did you get it? Where did they get this? Where are these potatoes coming from? And what are they? Are they a rock? Is it some sort of mineral? Someone look that up. Charles, look up rocks that look like... No, potatoes. Things that look like rocks, but aren't. And if you click on them, they have rainbows that come out of them. Yes, find that out, what that is, on Google, please. They are in the ground, all right? Says man-sized Puss in Boots. Great. They are grounded rocks that look like potatoes. All right, Lord A, if Milo gets you a potato, will you taste it? They are better when cooked. Well, no, I mean, I don't eat anything but brains. And every once in a while, when I'm on a diet, maybe some mushrooms, but that's it. Lord Ereban, are you trying to make another hive mind? Deathwind 25? No. I don't like large groups. Scully is my homegirl. Who else, Elliot? What's taters precious? I don't know what that means. Vosh Voya, do you grow brains with brain seeds? Lord A. Sure. I don't know. I mean, what kind of a question is that? Brain seeds? Get a grip! Also, Wars 2000. You've been creeping me out since you got here. Go take a bath, would you? Now, I've heard potatoes go great with brains. Oh, do they? Fine. Gotta go. 3 more for Jeff. Scully is my homegirl. I, first of all, love your name. Number 2, I will let Jeff know that you have given him 3 disadvantages. The Soviet potato. Did you forget about me and my brain vodka? Yes, Soviet potato, I did. Pour me another. Lord Ereban needs to start growing organs in his basement. I disagree. I have a feeling that would call upon the authorities, and I'm not interested in getting them here. Lord A, have you been attending any protests? Vegan Dracolich? I don't go outside. That's that. Godkiller 92, Lord Ereban, I would like to challenge you to a staring contest for charity. All right? I'm not really sure how we're going to make that work, but fine. Speak to my people, and they will set that up. Paste Pot Pete, Lord Ereban, who is on Discord? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yes? What about it? Lord Ereban, he is a fan as well. Who is? Gasp, is Lord Ereban, is the Discord sound from Lord A? What is this word Discord? I don't get it. Why do we all... Discord is such a naughty thing. It's the chaos of things, is it not? I don't know. For the... Twinsin, thank you. Very nice of you to deliver that. But you do realize that my minion, Milo, is already dead. So the only thing that just occurred now is that he, on the floor, exploded into a million pieces. And again, the stench is awful. Charles? Yes, please, come here. No, look right there. You see that? That mess. It's Milo. Clean it. Oh, hold on. Shoot. Are they? That's not good. All right, here we go. All right, look. No more questions. I have things I need to talk about very quickly. All right, fine. One more question. Lord A, are you still using Netscape Navigator with AOL? Was there a problem with that, Miko Oblico? Yes. Is that a negative? Or is that a bad thing? All right. Look, Lord Grain has a question, and I think we can answer it if you just let me do what I want to do, which is tell you some things about things. Is everybody ready? I would like to remind you all that tonight we have 4 unique Dungeon Run props for you. Number 1, you can grant the gift of advantage when you see a blue star in your chat. What that means is the person giving it has given it to a player or to Jeff, and that is the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. However, number 2, if one of you, or all of you for that matter, sets the trap of disadvantage, which is the opposite of advantage. If a player has advantage, the disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Twinsin, you've now given to this broadcast 5 rocks that look like... Sorry, 5 potatoes that look like rocks. Someone needs to explain to me what they are so that I can respond correctly to them. But thank you nonetheless. Thirdly, oh, by the way, I want to remind you this. When you give advantage or disadvantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or it makes my job difficult. Charles, turn the music up. I love it. If you don't tell me who it goes for, I have to do a bunch of extra work, and I don't like working. I like relaxing in my shawl. Good. Also, a few other things. You can show love to me or anyone else on the team. That's the balloons. And to do that, you would send those blue balloons to anyone on the team saying anything to them, like, hey, I love you. Hey, you guys are great. Hey, Lord Ereban, what a snazzy-looking robe you are wearing. You see. And I may respond, but most importantly, Jeff may respond. And everyone loves Jeff. 2, 3, 4, whatever. You'll also notice there that Milo's ball is out and available, and you can see it. Don't buy it, please. Please don't, because it breaks my minion, and it hurts my feelings. And it's also not really useful. It doesn't do anything. You got it? Good. Okay, cool. Oh, Twinson. What are we going to do with you? By the way, if you don't know who Twinson is, Twinson has been here from the very beginning. And early on, caused us to need to change things because he bought so many darn props. Seriously. Twinson, easy. Can only handle so much, but we love you. But go slow. You know. I love you, twins. And so does Milo, even though he's dead. All right. Let's get back to business. Let's look at what you all have to say. Hi, Lord A. I made it. Kitty Cat. That's great. We're glad you're here. I get no love. LOL. Angel Devilson. That's not true. Not only do you get love, you get all the love. Just feel it. Listen, I'm in your minds. If you choose to reject me, go ahead. But I've been sending out love for the past hour and a half to each and every one of you, unbeknownst to you if you're not paying attention. Please, note it. Please. And if I come across as upset about it, it is because I am. I'm trying to deliver all the love I can. All of it. All of it! All right. Lord A. Calcaneus says, by the way, Calcaneus also giving potatoes. So wonderful. Lord A, potatoes are the most expensive prop we can buy. Oh, is that what that is? That's it. It's the most expensive prop you can buy. And it doesn't affect the game. I'd like to see more of those. Charles, do me a favor. Write the words down. Potato. Most expensive prop in the game. Just write it. I don't really know why. Just do it. All right. We were going to say something about shirts and things and whatnots. Vegan Dracolich asks, Lord A, we've got shirts. Where? Oh, no, you're saying, where do we get face masks? Ooh, good question. Do we have those? Well, I don't know, but we probably should. And that would be at the same place you would get your t-shirts, which would be the dungeonrun.fandom.com, where you can upload your fan art, you can buy shirts, you can buy mugs, you can buy things and look at things, and there's interesting things there. And there should be tentacle face masks. I like the idea. It doesn't feel like love. It feels like you're trying to take over my mind. For a random guy, it is really what I'm doing, but at the end of the day, there's love there. And just note, there is some love. Holy mother of what is that, Cosmic Lord 09? Is that a patati? It is. Another patati. You people have lost your minds, and I like it. And I love the razzmajazz we're listening to. It's really quite good. I could really get into this. It's snappy. I wish I could slap. I cannot. I've got a problem with a hand issue. It's called arthritis, I believe. At least that's what the doctors say. Okay, what is this? I'm missing so much here. Hold on. Lord Tentacles, can I play D&D? What did you just call me? Lord what? Tentacles? Oh, because of the tentacles on my face, right. I get it now. Please don't ever do that again. I find it very not amusing. I've just discovered that I should measure my wealth in potatoes, says Silver Gem. Gem? Or gem? It's probably gem. I like that. I will do the same. Someone losing... No, it's a... Listen, Chef Scott, do me a favor and do everyone else a favor. Put the periods in there. It's not the word that you wrote. It's ASSSS. Actually, there's 3 S's, but Ereban's super secret shindig. Lord A, is that your tentacle, or are you just... All right. I see how this is going to be. A period, S period, S period, S period. Yes, thank you, Chef. Yes. Where, period, should I, period, put, period, periods, period, question mark. Okay, now you're making fun. When they go back to the studio, all of Lord A's treasure will be potatoes now. Is that what we're doing? Wait, are we doing that? I'd like to speak with the producers. Are we going to change everything from gold to patates? Because that is not what I want to do. Because don't they rot? They are... isn't it like a plant? Oh, they are plants. Do they rot? They grow eyes! What? Charles, get out of this room. I can't have you in my sight. Listen, Charles just told me that patates grow eyes. No thank you. Mash them, fry them, no matter how you make them, branded nerd. What, the patates? Captain Crunch says they form brains. Ooh, really? All right, stop that. Charles, come back in the room. Do me a favor, eh? Go with the patates. I'm a fan now. It turns out they turn into brains, I guess. Vein dead, skin them. What, the patates? I shall. Ouroboros 43, Lord Aracanabria. What is this? Aracanocanabra. Aracanabra. Cambara. I cannot read that. What is your favorite kind of potato dish? Well, I've never had one before. That's the whole problem. Oh, I'm feeling sick. You're feeling threatened in... Oh! I'm sorry. I just realized Soviet potato. It just crossed my mind. It, for whatever reason, hadn't up until this moment. Your name has potato in it. Therefore, you felt harmed by my words, yes? I'm so sorry. I was not aware that was how that was coming across. I should be aware of what my words sound like, what my words mean to you. Twinson killed Milo again. All right. Listen, Twinson, I'm going to have to ask you please to stop killing my minion. It's really difficult for me to do the show without my minion. I do love you, but please, come on. He's a good one. Milo, that is. All right. We have finally come to the end of what we call the intermission here. Before we go, I would like to thank all of you who shared tonight's show. If you have not, I ask you please to do so. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to watch the greatest show that's ever been watched, or ever been run, or ever been created in the history of shows. If you don't share it, then guess what? You do not get an extra invite to the ASS party. Just saying. I mean, I have the right to say that, don't I? Remember, as well, and I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. But now, let us get back to our adventure.
Hey, everybody. Oh, my understanding is that it was a veritable potato jamboree when we were gone. I'm being told that potatoes were flying hither and yither. It was like somebody got a one of those potato shooter thingies. But thank you all.
The technical terms.
You know, the potato shooter. You guys have been to a state fair, right? You've seen a potato shooter thingy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the incredible show of generosity and love in the form of potatoes, or as Araban would call it, potatoes? Is that what he's called them? Potatoes? Delightful. Thank you all. Thank you all. It's unbelievable. Frankly, unbelievable. All right. So when we left off, some weird stuff happened.
Yes. Stuff had happened.
That's such a gentle term for there was a doll that turned into a wicker winged beast.
Demon.
Yeah.
Raven demon beast.
Oh, it was a crazy day at work.
Two things happened. The doll like shed its feathers, and the wicker wood thing kind of turned into this wicker wood creature, and the feathers kind of revealed this sort of demon creature. You know what? Better that I just show you.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the map room, and we'll check out the exterior of the Castle Rum. Coming off the wall, back to the exterior, and oh boy, that is what you see.
He's punching.
Now,
Wow.
These creatures are staring at you. They have been just manifest out of the ground. Try to imagine the tree creature not having the bushy, fluffy leaves, because there aren't leaves. But you know, I think he looks good with the leaves, so we're gonna keep it.
Leaves are cute.
But let's all roll initiative. I also want to thank the folks, in addition to the potatoes, the great potato harvest of 2020, we'll call it. We'll call this episode. I want to thank folks that were sending us balloons as well. Vosh Voyager, Bags of Flutes, Lily Dumblestuck fan, Guy Vox, Bags of Flutes again. That's a lot of bags of flutes.
So many
A
flutes.
Silent Watcher, Cosmic Lord 09, Calcaneus. Calcaneus, I know, was given some of those potatoes too.
Yep.
Ruglius Booglius. I like that one. And others, thank you so much for the balloons.
Jeff,
All right,
you don't
then.
even have to come up with names for your NPCs. You can just start using the usernames.
Ruglius Booglius. By the way, that's the name of this demon. Ruglius Booglius.
Hilarious.
All right, so let's all roll our initiative. Civ, you have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Grim Faded. Fahima, you have advantage from Funky G Mac Man, countered by Fallstar. James, you have advantage from the Carson, countered by Cosmic Lord 09. Uggo, you have advantage from Bo Busy, countered by Grim Faded. Lily, you have advantage from Snake Master 89, countered by Alpha Omega.
I like your horse track voice just now.
Like an
I've never been to the
exercise.
horse track, but it sounds
Yeah.
a lot like
Yeah.
that. And coming up now, coming up now.
Auctioneer.
Similar to an auctioneer, but more like a horse race or a dog track.
Yeah.
Dog
Some
track
sort
announcer.
of potato race, potato sack race. Okay, Civ, what did you get?
18.
And Fahima.
I rolled a 1, so that's a 2.
Sweet.
I also rolled a 1.
Wow.
Uggo, what did you get?
Rolled a 1, so that's a 7.
Okay.
Oh, far cry from my 2.
Well,
James?
you know.
James? I'm not hearing you.
Muted. Sorry. 8.
And Lily.
I got an 8 as well.
Wow.
We really rolled low
You
except
guys.
for Civ.
No, not
Yeah,
not great.
Very
This whole, like-
surprised.
This whole as soon as the doll started moving, I would have done something. It's like no, you wouldn't.
No.
You guys are.
We are all thinking
Like
about
what?
it, which is why we
What's
rolled
happening?
so low.
That house
We all
was
just
crazy,
stopped and watched
right?
it happen.
Yeah.
Civ maybe, but
Weird.
everybody else not so much. Flat-footed. Let's roll for the folks that we're fighting. And I have advantage from Alpha Omega, countered by Scully as my homegirl, and advantage from Alpha Omega, countered by Scully as my homegirl. So both of those.
Nice, nice.
Oh, that is 17. All right.
Behemoth's just super not prepared for any fight today.
Lily, you're almost out of spell slots. Fahima, you're running pretty low too.
Yeah, I only have 2 spell slots left, and they are not the
Ow.
high level spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
You're out.
Spells. We don't need no stinking spells.
We don't need no.
We just
spells.
need this branch we found and sharpened.
We got an orc.
Let the orc get him.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. Thanks.
One second.
Gosh, this guy
Okay.
does not look happy. They look kind of
No.
angry.
Yeah, he's.
You sure you guys don't want to try talking to him first?
He's like,
I can try.
It's like the
Hamlet?
evil version of the genie. He was in a doll and then he popped out.
All right. So first up is Civ. This is what you see. You see, on either side of you, those tall trees. This is the same entrance that you had walked through before. The tree is now full of these crows, and you see this demon that has emerged from almost that pile of feathers. Its wings large and bat-like. It's staring at you with these demon eyes, and this other sort of constructed wicker creature built of bundles of sticks also faces you. Both of them look terrifying. Behind you, as this is all happening, the lady of the house sort of stands in the doorway, the open doorway. It seems as if she is unable to leave the house, but she stands there watching, hovering in the entranceway. So Civ, what would you like to do?
I run back into the house. No, I'm kidding. So what I was planning on doing.
Nice house. Too bad we can't stay.
What I was planning on doing before all this Meshuggah happened is I was going to actually grab Chomel and pick him up which I'm still going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to pull my knife,
Oh,
and then I want to beeline it right by this wicker tree thing, and as I'm running past it, I want to slash at it with my knife.
Wow.
Okay, I don't know if Baojia is gonna like you picking up her son and running. I don't know if Cho'Ran's gonna like you picking up their son.
I was kind of hoping that they would be distracted by the demon creature in the wicker basket and the fact that they've been arguing with each other.
Yeah, let's roll and see how that works out. Oh, 5 and for perception. So I will say that you managed to do that without alarm, or at least doing it before they can react.
Okay.
And you can move up. You think to the right of the wicker creature?
To my right, his left.
Oh, between the two of them?
No. His left.
Yeah, the right side. Yes, yeah. To the right side
of the screen we're all looking at.
Correct.
Yeah, the screen.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So you can do that and then take an attack. You have advantage from Vutha Vith, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. That would be a natural 1.
All right. So you do get up to the creature and take a swing, but Chomel is kind of squirming and maybe awkward in your hand, and you don't have the aim or skill that you normally wield a dagger with fails you.
Okay, so I keep running.
So how much? Probably 3 more spaces.
Oh no, my racial ability, I'm gone.
Well, it's gonna try to grapple you.
It
as
cannot.
You go by.
With fancy footwork, it may not make an attack on me as long as I make a melee attack on it.
Oh wow!
But as long as you make an attack, though, you didn't.
I
missed,
don't
right?
have to hit. I just have to make an attack.
All right.
Wow.
So I would go 30, 60, 90.
We're gonna need a new map.
Do you have an expansion pack for this map anywhere?
Wow.
I'm coming back.
The map room.
I'm coming back.
There.
But
Nice.
I'm taking Chomel far away from Mr. Fighty Fight.
You're
All
over at Crafty.
Okay. So that the Lord of Crows goes now, and it flaps its mighty wings and goes up into the air. It has a flight speed of 60. And it's going to fly after you, Civ.
Okay.
And it is. How far did you get?
It'd be 90 total. I don't know where I started.
5, 10, 15, 20,
You were
25,
about
30. So it
20.
takes 30 to get to them. So he can get to you if he's got 60.
Okay.
Okay.
So he is going to.
Jeez.
Yeah, you're only.
Well,
about
if he flies
60.
up in the air, he'll use movement to get up.
Well, I mean, he. What I meant is he takes off.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, he gets
Okay.
up into the air.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Not necessarily like goes into the sky, just starts
Right,
flying.
he just takes flight, is what I
Yeah,
meant to
I
say.
gotcha.
And he is going to get. All right. So as he gets over to you and hovers to you, he does something called crow swarm, which means all the crows in all the trees start flying at you and attacking you, Civ. This is. You need to roll me a dex saving throw. You have advantage from Kaibuck, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. 13.
Does not save.
Okay.
So
I
you
look
take.
so mad.
Is this one of those things where I would have taken half damage anyways?
Yeah.
If I had made it?
Yeah.
Then I take half damage even though I didn't make it because of evasion.
Nice.
What's 7 and 18?
15.
20, 7 and
So
18.
25.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Yes.
So
A
12.
little
So you
grabber on
take
its tail.
25 in half is 12.
12? Okay.
This piercing
evasion.
damage.
Okay.
So basically, what happens is you grab Chomel, and you start running. You take a slash at the tree, but you're moving so quickly and you're so consumed by trying to hold the boy that you miss. But you run as fast as your legs can carry you, holding onto this 5-year-old in your arms. And you hear behind you wings take beat against the air. And as you're running, you look on either side of you, and all of this black wings start descending on you, pummeling you. It's like Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. They're all over you with beaks and claws and all over you, tearing into you, and you manage to slough off some of the damage, but it is you're consumed by it. These black wings and beaks. And
Bad.
he is on top of you. What else can he do? I guess that's it. Okay, so that completes his turn. We are up to James. Where did I go? Yeah, up to James. Wow, all the way down to 8. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Am I able to tell like what kind of demon the Lord of Crows looks like? I mean, I'm not super familiar with demons, but
I mean, in what manner? What information are you hoping to gain here?
I guess so. Is he seemingly made of these? He has wings, obviously, and you described him. What does he seem to be made out of? He is made of like his
skin is gray and thin. It's stretched. He almost has kind of a beak-like face. His wings are bat-like, not feathered, but he is. He looks pretty terrifying.
All right.
Does he look at all like the one we saw that jumped out of the bag with the scale?
In a way, I suppose. They are of a kind. Very different creatures. That Burbalang that you fought way back when was much smaller. It did not resemble a bird in any kind of way, but in the sense that they're both sort of demonic creatures. Right. Then
Okay. I'm worried about Civ, so I'm going to step between Fahima and Lily and use all 30 feet of my movement to basically go on a diagonal to my left. So like 2 spaces over from there, if you can, map room. Perfect. And 2 Eldritch Blasts in the back of the demon.
Okay. You have... Oops, that's not what I want. You have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Grim Fated on the first. And then you have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Grim Fated on the second.
Dirty 20 on the first and a 23 on the second.
Yep.
Both hit?
Yes, indeed.
Great. 18 points total of force damage to its back.
All right. You see it. It's still hovering there in the air, but it certainly takes both of those Eldritch Blasts. Oh, look at that cool effect, man.
Wow.
So rad. Takes both of those in full. How many points of damage did you say?
18.
18. Wowee. Okay.
Yeah.
So much.
Yes. Over here.
And anything else?
Yeah. No.
Lily, you're next.
Yeah.
Careful, Lily. You're the only one who can heal right now. Be careful.
I can barely even do that anymore.
I
quite
know.
Honestly.
Save, if you can.
I mean, okay. Are you done?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm done.
No, you're fine. So I will. Is this tree guy look mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he
'cause
does.
looks real
In a
cute.
word. In a word. Do not call the hideous tree monster cute.
I think he's cute, little tree monster. And okay, so I will. But he's not looking aggressive, or is he looking aggressive?
They are both looking very aggressive. Yes.
Okay. So
I know he looks cute.
he looks so cute.
But
so
it
I'm
is
having
aggressive
a
kind of
hard
cuteness.
time, I guess, processing that. No. I really can't.
Imagine more the doll from Blair Witch come to life,
Oh gosh.
Yikes.
full size. You know what I'm saying?
But he's
Oh
made
my
of wood.
god.
He's
That's
made
what
of
it is.
wood, Fahima.
That made it so much scarier.
It
Well, I
really
should have
is
started with that
terrifying.
one.
Made of what'd you say?
He's made of wood.
Hot? Sounds Say it again.
Only somebody hadn't rolled rolled a 1 on her initiative. Okay, well, Lily, what do you do?
Okay, I'm gonna in kind of a panic run over and I'll cast Vicious Mockery on the demon, not on the, so get a little bit closer, and then I probably kind of up close to James, so I'm within 60 feet. And then I'll cast Vicious Mockery.
On the demon.
On the demon.
Okay. So the demon has to roll a wisdom save, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Scully as my homegirl.
Fail.
14.
Ah, you failed. Okay. Okay, so Lily will, she has almost no spell slots left. She runs over next to James and she's gonna cast Vicious Mockery at this demon and go, "You're overcompensating. You were fine as a doll. You don't need to prove anything to anyone."
Look at that.
Oh, a little music spell.
Oh,
You see
so
that?
cute.
Yeah, the bardic music spell affecting it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Map room.
That's it. I
above
demand a rage
and-
effect.
Way
Map
ahead
room
of you,
is
buddy.
killing it.
That's amazing.
Yes, map room killing it, as usual.
As usual.
Okay, so what's the damage?
So it's 2.
Oh no.
That seems appropriate based on the level of
Yeah,
insult
yeah.
that was.
Yeah, that's
very
fair.
good. It certainly stings his ears, but very little more than that. We are
Disadvantage on his next attack too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Advantage,
Yeah,
that's important. That's very
That's
important.
the biggest part of it, honestly, is not the actual damage, but 2 feels right.
All right, Whitebeard is angry, doesn't like any of this. He's gonna run up and try to whip this tree, this wooden thing, and he's gonna run right up to it and go, clear a path for Whitebeard. And he's going to attack with his whip. Oh, that's a hit. And
Come on, Beardy.
rolls terribly. That is 5 points of damage, but damage nonetheless. He does that. He whips the whip at this thing, and it hits it with that barbed end that's made of those twigs and branches. And as they collide with the other twigs and branches that make up this creature, it shatters, and the whip is naked, has lost that barbed end on it, but still lands with effect.
Okay.
We are up to the wicker creature now.
Jeff, I have a question. How large is it?
It is a large creature.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Like 10, 12 feet tall.
yes. Yeah, it is it is, yes.
Yikes.
I just saw that happen. It wants boy too. What's its speed?
Oh no.
No, it's not gonna get to it. Okay, it's gonna walk up and attack Whitebeard. Because Whitebeard just attacked it. And that's how the cookie crumbles. And he's going to do a slam attack. Oh, I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Cosmic Lord 09. That was a 2. And the other one is a 6.
Nice.
So it misses. It swings wildly at Whitebeard, who goes wah, wah, and tries to move out of the way, avoiding these big, these twig hands, these kind of large stumps on the end of its hands that come down hard but miss wildly. And we are up to Uggo.
Jeff,
Yes, sir.
we made inventories, and I just want to make sure that you're okay with it. But I have a grappling hook.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, cool. So Uggo is going to bonus action aggressive towards the demon directly past the tree branch
Okay.
man,
You're right, man.
Yeah, when you say
as-
it like that, he does not sound as terrifying as he is. He's a wicker man.
That's how
He's a
Ugo
wicker man.
defines
It's
it.
terrifying.
So that he can find the courage to continue. As I do that, I'm going to try to hook the grappling hook on it as I
Okay.
go by,
Okay,
and then action dash,
and yank it.
and then move and yank it as I go. My hope is to essentially drag it into the demon.
Okay.
That should be 120 feet that I can move in that round.
Okay. Yeah, because your aggression.
So, right. Plus my movement.
So just roll me an attack on the hook to see if it lands.
Okay.
You're trying to
before-
drag the wicker man towards the demon?
Yep.
Yes.
You have advantage from Armando 89, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Okay. It lands.
And then I'm going to go all the way, like I said, go all the way there and then yank it as hard as I can in an attempt to slam it into the demon.
All right. I think what we'll do is a contest of strength here. And
Cool.
you have advantage from Funky G Mac Man, countered by Grim Fated. I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Cosmic Lord 09.
I have also been saving a bardic die from Katie.
Okay.
So I'm going to use that in this time as well.
It's not from Lily, it's from Katie.
I meant from Lily. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Katie has Bardic die this entire time?
Yeah.
I got a
Only
14.
Ron has gotten one.
I got a 26.
Okay. All right.
I rolled a 15 plus 3 and then plus 8 on the bardic die.
All right.
So
Nice.
26.
So you yank this thing, you go running at it, you toss your grapple into the side, and it hooks easily onto one of these branches that are sort of sewn together, woven together to create this crazy humanoid thing. And you grapple, you stick the hook in the side of it, go running by, yank, and use all of your orcish strength to pull this thing, dislodge it from its feet, and it goes skidding across the soil, the dirt underneath, and you pull it
that
all
would
the way
be
up to.
Yeah, map room. Ugo made it all the way to the demon, probably next to it. Yeah.
And the
With
wicker man.
With the wicker man behind you,
Fall.
on probably prone, I assume. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll leave that up to Jeff.
Does the wicker
I
man
think
do
he-
damage to the demon?
No.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was an
that-
attempt. I don't know if I was successful at actually getting it there, but
You got
There's-
it there. I don't think
yeah.
it's gonna have hurt the
Cool.
demon in any
That's
way.
fine.
But you got the. You
my
got it.
goal was to get them together
Right.
where I was. I did want to try to hit the demon so that I could use the attack as now indicating my ancestral guardians are the first thing I hit in a round,
Yeah.
I can then protect everyone else. So I was trying to do that. That was my attempt.
Okay.
Was to at least try to hit it so that it applies the ancestral guardian.
And I think we can apply the hook damage too if it's
Cool.
1d4.
D4.
All right, that brings us to Fahima.
Whoa, okay, so the party is moving
4 damage.
far away. I will move, I'll move 30 feet forward, and then I will cast my flaming sphere. I'll start forming that massive fireball, and I will use my action to cast that. It has a 60 feet range, and then I will use my bonus action to ram the sphere into the tree.
So you're gonna cast it in front of you and move it forward and slam it into the tree.
Yes. If it's possible to slam it into both, since Ugo managed to, get the wicker man right up next to the demon.
Yeah, I would say if you put it in the square that is diagonal to the, that is adjacent to both of them, that would hit both of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I'd love to ram my fireball into both of the bad guys.
All right, let's do it.
So they will be doing a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
I think it's saying that I can ram it into one creature. It looks like it reads, but if they start their turn within this area, then they'll take damage. So
All right, let's do it that way. You running it
Okay.
into the
To the tree.
Okay,
Yeah.
the tree. All right. And you don't need to roll anything. I have to roll a
Dex.
dexterity saving throw.
Yes, half damage if you make it.
Fire on the wicker tree. Yes.
All right. So you cast the fireball, and it goes sliding across the surface of the soil. This burning ball of fire. Here it goes.
It's there. Yes.
Oh, it got him right in the booty.
And it catches fire.
Whoa.
Oh
Oh no.
Wow.
And
Oh my god.
no! The wicker creature is now engulfed in flames,
Oh,
Oops.
so cool.
and the fire does not seem to hurt it.
What?
No.
Oh no.
Oh.
Wait, he's made of wood and immune to fire damage. How?
Oops.
He remains on fire.
He remains on fire.
That
When
is
the Wicker
bad.
Man becomes exposed to fire, coming into contact with fire, or being hit by an attack or spell that deals fire damage, it becomes sheathed in flames. Because it is immune to fire damage, the Wicker Man takes no damage from these flames, but creatures that start their turn within 15 feet of a burning Wicker Man must succeed on a Dex saving throw.
What? This
Does that
guy just
include the
turned my
demon?
flaming sphere back against me.
Hold on, does that include the demon?
Yes.
Uh-huh. It absolutely includes the demon.
Okay. Okay.
You may,
We don't know that.
Demon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but you may recall
yes.
that the castle and this entire island burned. And all of these trees that it's made of are husks,
Oh,
dark,
man.
barren, burned.
As- So what's
great.
up? What's up? Why isn't this boy burning?
Huh?
I said, so what's up? Why isn't this boy burning?
They've
So
been
Jeff-
burned.
Jeff, does the ball of fire continue on and hit the demon or no?
No, it hits the Wicker Man. He is engulfed in flames
Yeah.
and now burns.
So the flame damage, I guess, then will be on the start of their next turn if they're within the area of either tree, Wicker Man, or flaming sphere.
Right.
That's right. Oh, so yeah, the ball, your ball is still present there.
Yeah.
So just to be aware.
This
so
is a
Civ-
fire genazi's worst nightmare. Come on,
Ah,
tree that doesn't burn.
So, what's next? Ice that doesn't melt?
Ah!
So
Don't
now
give yourself any ideas.
It is Cho'Ran and Baojai's turn. Both of them, I think, are going to start running toward their son, as any parents would. But I think as they start to feel the heat, they pull up, unwilling to sort of rush into a burning inferno, perhaps maybe running around the side as much as they can. So what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So they don't even really get around there. That's probably right about where they would land, about 30 feet up, trying to get to their screaming, no, come back! Freaking out that Civ has taken Chomel. So we are up to Civ's turn. And
I'm
you
going
are
to-
within 15 feet, right? Because
I don't know.
let's take a look, map room. Can we see where we are?
Yeah.
If we are within 15 feet of... Maybe over the top would have been better. Wait, 5, 10, 15. Well, technically you're 20 feet right now.
Well, they also moved me to the edge of the board, and I should have gone further.
Oh, okay. Well, but everybody would be further, right?
True.
So,
That's
yeah.
true. That's true.
Yeah, because Uggo could reach it, and my flaming spear could reach it as well.
think
Well, and I could
technically
actually
the-
move beyond it.
I think technically the Wicker Man should be one square closer because it'd be right next to the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
demon. Yeah. So it would be 5, 10, 15. So you start within 15 feet. And oops, why did I move that over there? So that means
Dex
Dexterity
saving throw.
Dex saving throw, please. You have advantage from Red Robin, countered by Grim Fated.
Dang.
24.
That saves. So you manage to, avoid the brunt of the fire damage as it bursts into flames right next to you at the beginning of your turn. As you are aware, you shield Chomel and try to avoid the actual heat searing off of that creature. So now what would you like to do?
Are the crows a present force, or is that just something that he does as an attack?
That's something he does as an attack. They came down and attacked you and then kind of dissipated.
Okay.
They sort of were all around you, striking with beaks and claws, and then sort of dissipated as the attack ended.
Okay. So he didn't physically attack me, the crows did.
Correct.
Okay, great. Then I am going to continue to run, because that's terrifying. And I'm going to use my move, my cunning action, and my action to move 90 feet away from the demon and the burning wicker tree.
So you're running down toward the
boat.
The boat, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know how we visualize this, but let's just stay on the edge of the map and assume that you are now 90 feet farther from everybody.
If they can put numbers on the screen, they could just put a number up there. I don't know if they can do that anymore.
You know what, Jared? Maybe this was something we should have mentioned weeks ago when the poor map people were coming up with fire effects.
Yeah, can't they just program a real quick new thing?
Yeah, right?
Just copy paste the map.
Or letters. If they can type letters, they could put 90 feet in letters next to the edge of the map.
That's not a thing. So you
know
are...
what? I'll keep track.
Yes, you keep track. There you go.
How far away is the boat, Jeff?
It's quite a ways down. I would say, you guys had to walk quite a ways. 90 feet's a long way, though. So I would say maybe another 90 feet would probably get you close to the beach there. Again, that rocky outcrop beach. There's black stones that you had seen.
Oh yeah, I wonder if we could outrun this.
I think it's good. Yeah, okay. You still have, okay. Okay. That completes your turn, right? You're just running.
Yep. Move, bonus action, action.
Okay. So now we are up to the Lord. He wants the boy. It's going to keep following you.
The Lord.
You took 90 feet. It only gets to go 60. So you are outpacing this thing. I wonder if you'd be able to move your full run, though, holding a 5-year-old. I guess a 5-year-old's not that big of a deal. I can run my 4-year-old. It is going to attempt to...
Well, it has a dash, too, eh?
That's right. It does have a dash. Good call.
Sorry.
So no, that's good. So it has 120 feet.
I should be next to the demon, not 5 feet from it.
Yeah. So you get to do your attack of opportunity. Well, it's above you. I guess you'd still get to do it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how high it was. I just assumed it was 5 feet kind of fly, but
yeah. Yeah, it just took off and used its full movement to get up
to him, right? To 60, right?
Yeah.
So he would have to be 5 feet above this.
Yeah, so it's going to dash, and you can take your attack of opportunity if you want to try to stop it.
Right. I'm going to use the Great Club.
Okay.
Do I have advantage or no?
You have advantage from Reaper 18.
Oh, great.
Hit it.
The attack is 26.
Yeah, it hit.
And I do full 12 points of magical bludgeoning, and he stops.
Okay.
His movement becomes 0.
Okay. I'm sorry, how many points of damage was that?
12.
12.
Magical bludgeoning.
Magical bludgeoning.
Guys, we're at the end of our energy and spell slots, but we are working together like a well-oiled machine right now.
The next
We're going to find out
machine...
how well I can be oiled right in a minute.
James, you're up.
Okay. I don't like what's happening up there, so I will keep moving 30 feet directly forward. Actually 25 feet forward and then 5 feet to my left. So 3 more, and then so 3. Yeah, there you go. And
basically, I think map room, you can take Civ and Chomel off the map. Maybe if we get to them, we can. I don't know if you guys can do just a bare table. Maybe we just do bare table when we get to if we get to them.
2 more Eldritch Blasts in the back of the demon.
Okay. You have advantage from Pathogen Jester, countered by Grim Fated on the first, and advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade, countered by Grim Fated on the second.
First one's only an 11 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay, and the second one's a 22 to hit.
That's a hit.
For 7 force damage.
All right. And this is to the demon, right?
To the demon, yes, yeah.
Okay.
And Jeff, when I hit him and stopped him, Ugo says, "Candle Queen says hi."
And you hear.
I assume that means demon for I am afraid.
And Lily, you're up.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone's far
sorry.
away.
Sorry, can I interject really quick? The demon just went, right? So it would have to take damage from the flaming spear.
That's correct, unless it makes its.
Yeah.
Dex. It still
And
takes half.
wait, from the flaming sphere and from the wicker.
And from the Wicker Man, yeah.
Yep.
So 2 dex saves.
Well.
And it's a disadvantage, right? From my vicious.
It's disadvantage on its next attack, and it hasn't made an attack yet.
It's not making an attack,
I
sorry.
used a dash action. I have advantage from Melchior, countered by Scully as my homegirl on the first, and that was a 3. And the second one is a.
So there's a 3?
Dex
you,
save.
You have a 3 on the dex save?
Yeah, that would be on. I think that would be on the Wicker Man.
Okay.
And then the second one is a. They're both dex saves. 13. I think I failed both of them. 13.
Yay!
Right? Yeah.
So you'll take 10 fire damage
All right. Good call.
from the flaming sphere. I don't know what you take from the Wicker Man.
Yeah, I have to roll the Wicker Man.
Ugo's paying attention to fire damage on demon. Let me know if it seems to be reduced.
Oh, guess what? Oh no, that's the person. Hang on.
Resistant, probably.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cool.
Weird demon.
Burn that bird.
Yeah, weird demon and weird tree. Come
Yeah,
on.
for sure. For sure.
Right. No rules.
To be honest with you, I'd rather have the demon be able to be damaged by fire than
Oh,
a
yeah.
wicker tree.
Yeah,
that boy's got wings.
Yeah.
All right, so we just had Lily. Have you done anything?
I didn't do anything. I'm gonna walk up a little closer. So probably again, kind of exactly where James is. I can only go 25 feet. So 25 feet, pretty much straightforward actually. It's fine. And then I'm gonna do Vicious Mockery again because the disadvantage goes away because it is the end of his turn.
Okay.
Make that happen again. At the demon.
Okay.
And I'll just, so he has to roll a wisdom saving throw.
All right. I have disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl.
Nice.
Which is an 11.
Fails.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will, I'll walk closer and I'll go, I know you can hear me. I know that you're not looking at me, but I know you can hear me. Look at me and tell me that you're not overcompensating for everything right now. Look at me. That's my turn.
All right, and you rolling your damage?
Oh, yeah.
Anything
You
would
got
make
ready.
demon angry, it would be that.
Brady dealt the damage.
Ooh! I rolled 2 1s last time, but I rolled 2 4s this time, so 8.
Ooh.
8
You're getting under his skin there,
Yeah.
Lily.
There you
I
are.
know he can hear me.
He's an insecure little demon.
All right. So that brings us to Whitebeard, who just saw one of his crew members put this thing on fire.
Yeah, never mind the one that drug it across the
Yeah, no, that
through
too.
field.
No, that part he liked. It's the burning one that it kind of freaked him out. They're conjuring fire out of nothing. I think it's the first time he's seen you do that. Whitebeard is going to put his whip in the air, and he'll go, "Keep attacking, troops. You're doing great."
Okay.
And
Thank you, Captain.
Does that give everyone? Let me guess. That gives everyone inspiration, right?
he's not gonna run after you guys. I mean, come on, this is White Bear we're talking about. All right, it's we're up to the Wicker Man, who is going to attempt to grapple Uggo.
Yikes.
Well, this is not going to go well at all. Uggo has advantage from Scully as my homegirl, and I have disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl. So Scully is my homegirl, putting her finger on the scales right here, real hard. Ooh, but I rolled all right. I think I rolled all right. I got. Wait, what is his modifier? I got a 23.
18.
Yeah. I mean, oh. All right, so.
With disadvantage?
With advantage?
With disadvantage?
He had disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
On an attack. That's not an attack. It was a grapple, right?
That's an
Yeah.
Does that not? Okay. Isn't that an attack roll, though?
Yeah.
No, it's
Grapple
a
attack?
contest of strength.
Oh, okay. You're right. That's right. It's a strength check.
Okay, so a creature grappled by the Wicker Man must succeed on a dexterity saving throw at the start of their turn, making fire damage. Okay, so it reaches out and puts its arms around you and holds on tight, Uggo, and you see its body is on fire. You are engulfed in this burning wood creature, and that is going to complete its turn. Yikes. Your turn starts now, Uggo, and so at the start of your turn, you need to roll me a dexterity saving throw. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09.
Oh, great. Okay. I had advantage. I rolled a 14. My advantage was a 10, so 14.
That does not save. Okay. So you take... Terrible rolls. 8 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He looks like he's at a metal concert the way he's standing.
And it's your turn.
Okay. So...
It just attacked you. I mean, it was just so much cooler to grab you. But...
I mean,
so I'm
he's
grappled
being
by the
hugged
wicker,
by a-
right?
Yeah.
Oh, and the thing about the strength check too is I already had disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl anyway. So either way, I had disadvantage.
So I'm currently grappled by the wicker tree man, right? That's on
Correct.
fire?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to break the grapple.
Actually, you know what it's going to do? I'm sorry. It's going to, before you do that, it is also going to move with you because it can. It's going to move with you the extent of its move back away from the demon.
Okay.
And that is 30 feet. So it's going to move 30 feet straight back, pulling you back. Party 5,
no.
10, 15, 20.
Half speed by pulling me? It's not half speed by carrying me?
I don't think so, is it?
Okay.
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know if
that
I'm
the
a
rule?
burden. I don't know what its strength is, so it might be able
No,
to
I
carry
think once-
me like I can carry
Oh.
large things.
Let me look that up.
I mean, I am a medium creature and it's large, so it makes sense that it could probably move.
But your speed is halved. You're right. Sorry. Thank you for that.
Yep.
So 15 feet. It moves only 15 feet away.
So back,
Unless it's
back.
2 categories higher or something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I mean, it might have like I do a large strength. It might have huge strength. So if that's the case, I'm medium. Then it would qualify.
No, I think this is appropriate. Okay, so Uggo, it is your turn.
Okay, so then I'm going to attempt. Yeah, I'm going to attempt to break the grapple.
Okay. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09. I have disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl.
That's one hot hug happening.
Yeah, right.
Actually, I'm going to bonus action rage. It's my last one.
Yeah.
Well,
So then attempted grapple. So
I got a 9.
cool. I got a 21.
Okay.
Okay. So
That counts as your first attack, right? And you should have one more attack.
yeah, and then so what I'm going to do is attempt to grapple it
You're going to attempt to grapple it.
back. Yep.
Okay. All right.
You're crazy.
Well, just wait.
No, I'm hugging
love it.
you.
You're not hugging me. I'm hugging you.
Okay, 19 is the grapples check.
All right. You had advantage from Katrin. Oh,
Well,
I
and you're
have
raging anyway.
I had disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl, but I rolled a natural 20.
Oh.
And then I rolled a 17 after that. So that's 24.
Yeah, you beat me. So, yeah. Cool.
Attempted
I
hug.
guess that's my bonus and my action. So
You could still move if you wanted to.
yeah, I'm gonna take a hit or two if I move. So
Yeah.
Yes.
and I'm sure that's it. That's all I can do. That's
All
all
right,
I've got.
Fahima, you're up.
How hurt do both creatures look?
The Wicker Man has not taken very much damage at all, but the Lord of Crows has taken a fair amount of damage.
Okay. Well, I will use my bonus action to pull that flaming spear back and slam it again into the demon.
Okay.
So that'll be a dex save for
Yep.
having.
And again, I have disadvantage from Scully as my homegirl. Probably doesn't help me. I think I got a 10. I got a 10.
Yay! So you take 7 fire damage.
Okay.
Nice.
And then I'm going to shoot a firebolt at him with my action.
All right.
And let me pull that up here. So I believe that's 2d10 with my firebolt. Yeah, I have to roll to hit though.
Yeah.
You have advantage from Reloader 68, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Okay.
Come on.
Come on. That's cocked. So 14 plus 8 to hit.
22.
That hits.
Yay!
You got it.
Where's my little 10? Come here, 10. Come here. Your time is up. All right. Oh, dang it. Back. That's a 3 and a 9.
12.
12.
Points of damage?
Yeah, 12 fire damage.
All right. All right, again, it sears into this thing. It's getting hit, bombarded on all sides by this. Although it, again, we're aware that this demon is 120 feet away, right? Because it. Oh no, it.
No,
I'll go prevented it from moving. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
firebolt's
Both-
120 feet range anyway, so.
So's Eldritch Blast, so
Get anywhere.
we've got it. But yeah.
All right.
It's just Vickery's not.
How
Back
hard?
to-
How hard does it look now?
I mean, it is not close to death. It looks like it's angry and burning, but it is not close to death.
And emotionally in turmoil.
Oh, it is. most importantly, it's really contemplating its life decisions based on.
Okay. I just want to make sure that.
Some people like more poor posture due to the insecurity.
Okay, so it is Cho'Ran and Baojai's turn. They are now in the fire range, so they have to roll their saves.
No.
Disadvantage from Cosmic Lord 09, even though
That's
that's
why I was
natural
trying to
20.
grapple them.
Yeah.
Just pull it back.
Yeah, I knew what you were going for, man.
Wow, that was two 20s over the course of 3 rolls. So one of them saves, the other one takes damage. They burn, and so as the fire approaches them, they feel it, and they see Civ receding into the night with their son, but they are blocked literally by fire, by a burning tree man, and so all they can do is pull back out of the 15-foot range, get behind Fahima, pull. They each move back 20 feet, 15 feet, move back toward the house and are screaming, "Come back, Jomel, please, please!" And we are up to the top of the round, Civ.
So you said that these trees are all burnt out, right? They're all
right.
trashed. Do
They
any
are
of them-
they are barren. They are husked. They are black. You know, you can kind of see from the image how they look.
Yeah.
They are.
Do any of the trunks or tree basins look big enough to hide, or no?
I mean, it would be difficult. It would be
Okay.
difficult.
Then, sorry, Jeff. 30, 60, 90 towards the boat.
Okay.
Oh, there they are.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Hey, look at that. In
On
the
the
distance.
horizon.
Infinite virtual space. Okay, so
Wow.
at this point, 90 more feet will get you probably pretty darn close to the shoreline as you start picking your way over the hardened rocks, and you see the water lapping up, and you see the overturned vessel that you had seen when you first got there that had the blood on it, and you see your own rowboat when you arrive as well. That's still beached, waiting
Sure.
for your return.
Is the tardy plunder still there?
It is out in the water. Yeah, I mean it's
Okay.
a ways out in the water. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we took a rowboat. That's right.
That's my turn.
Okay. So the Lord of Crows is still standing there. Uggo, you're still standing next to it, right?
Yep.
It's just going to get angry at you.
It needs to make another dex saving throw because it's right next to the flaming sphere.
No, I don't think it is.
I
anymore.
think she
that
moved
moved.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, she moved it
No,
and slammed it back into him. Didn't
She rammed it back into him. Yes,
Oh,
she
yeah.
did. Yeah.
I thought it was the demon she hit it in.
The demon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The demon. The Lord of Crows is the demon.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the Wicker Man. Sorry.
It's the demon's turn, and it is rolled a. Oh boy.
Is it possible to get a marker for the flaming sphere, which is right behind the demon map room?
Well, it'll only take the damage if it ends its turn within the
Oh.
flaming sphere. So if it
Oh,
moves,
okay,
it won't
sorry.
take the damage.
Got it.
All right. It is going to take a swipe at Uggo.
The demon?
Actually, no, yeah, the demon. No, it's not going to take a swipe at you.
It's 15 feet away.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Wicker Man
not-
dragged
That's
me
what I
back.
said. Am I still standing next to Uggo? Oh, that's right, because the thing pulled it back. Pardon me, I'm confused.
I
Okay,
think we were
the
referring to the demon as both of the things in that conversation,
Yeah.
which is where
Right.
demon has wings.
Wicker Man is
Tree
fire.
Man has fire. Okay, demon flies up into the sky and flies dash action toward the boat.
Ah.
Jeez. Okay.
Actually, as it goes, I know it has taken the dash action. Okay, yeah, it flies dash action toward the boat. It has very specific desires, and so it is going out there after them into the sky. And this time it actually goes up 30 feet into the sky, so it's hovering in the air above. So it doesn't. You took
Okay.
90 feet of movement. It would take 30, and then yeah, it
I'm
gets-
180 away from it.
Yeah, so it's slowly getting to you, but it's not reached you yet.
Jared, you might have to do the math on this.
Yeah, if he's 30 feet towards me, I'm still 150 feet away from him.
Yeah.
Well, he could technically move diagonally 30 feet as he moves forward, and it would still be the same distance if he moved it forward.
Oh, that's a good point. Up and out.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
hypotenuse.
Okay, so
James,
he's
you're up.
60 feet closer to me then, correct?
You moved 180 from him, right?
Yeah.
And
he
he
just moved
moved
120.
120.
He
So
just
you're
moved
60 feet behind.
120?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
dashed.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So, James,
okay.
you're up.
So how far is the demon from me?
Oof.
A lot.
5, 10, 15,
Uh,
20, 100 and 160 feet away from you, approximately.
God. And the demon is moving at 60 feet a turn, or
Well, the demon's been dashing, so it's going
Right.
120 feet in the air.
God.
And you were.
Yeah, I'm calling out, Civ, it's coming! And I can't. I won't.
It's time to chase.
And yeah, I have to chase. No, I'm gonna turn with Uggo and I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the Wicker Man twice.
Nice.
So I will use my 30 feet to keep moving forward, but then basically, turning to my right and smashing
You are
the Wicker Man.
You're strafing.
Yes, basically.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's a couple more squares, map room. Thank you so much.
You have advantage from Pytara Stormblade and countered by Grim Fated on the first, and advantage
Thank
from
you.
Change Box countered by Grim Fated on the second.
Thanks, everybody. 19 to hit on the first one.
Hits.
And a 17 to hit on the second one.
Also hits.
Yes. Okay. That is. God, I'm rolling terribly for damage. 12 force damage on the Wicker Man.
All right. So as you move sideways, throwing off those bolts of arcane energy that slam into this burning tree, this burning bundle of sticks. It's not a tree. It looks like a tree. It's not a tree. It's a bundle of sticks. And we are up to Lily.
Okay, well, everyone's running away, and so I'm gonna run. I'm actually going to run up 10 feet, viciously mock the tree. I mean, the bundle of sticks.
Yeah.
The wicker human.
Yeah.
So he'll do a wisdom save throw.
Yeah.
A roll, not throw.
That is a 14.
Fails. So I will I'll turn to him and be like, the identity crises on this island are out of control. Are you a tree? Are you sticks? What are you? No one knows. Okay, figure it out. And then I'll run 10 more feet away.
All right.
2d4.
Yeah. So he has disadvantage on his next attack, which is the most important part of that.
Yeah.
And he takes 5 psychic damage because I'm really getting into his identity.
Yeah, definitely. You're just casting everybody down.
Yeah.
Okay, we're up to Whitebeard. Whitebeard goes, he's going for the boat. Oh! And he takes off running. He will take his full dash action, giving a wide berth to the flaming Wicker Man and run a full 60 feet as far as he can off of our beautiful map, away from all of the things that we prepared.
Baxi!
Yeah. All right. And that completes his turn. The Wicker Man is up, and he is just going to multi-attack Ugo with 2 flaming
one's at disadvantage.
slams. Yes, indeed. Oh, it's a natural 20 on the first roll. And the second roll is 18.
That hits.
Nicely done, Vicious Mockery.
So that's the first slam. And the second slam is a 20, dirty 20. So both of them hit, right?
Yeah, and you took advantage or disadvantages in count for that?
I am clear. I'm clean.
Well, no, you had disadvantage from my vicious.
Yeah, I
mockery.
took that into account for the first attack, not for the second.
And it canceled out a nat 20, so excellent. Good job.
Yes, it did. Oh, I rolled a 1. 6 points of damage.
What kind? Fire? Or bludgeoning?
No, that's bludgeoning. And then 7 points of damage of bludgeoning plus plus 9 points of fire damage.
That's not reduced.
Oof.
Plus 3 points of fire damage.
Yikes.
All right. And then yes. Okay, then Ugo, it is your turn, and then you also have to roll your dex save.
Okay.
To see if you take the fire damage. It's advantage from Katrin on that.
Okay. 19.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Ugo's going to drop the great club and pick up and use his maul and attack twice.
Okay. You are clean on my end. I should say we do have some love from Vain Dead, Cosmic Lord 09, Cold Candor, Chef Scott 68, The Carson, Saint Thief, Silver Gem, Guy Vox, Melchior, and others. Thank you so much for those. We love getting the balloons. Thank you. Feels like applause. We appreciate
Thank you.
We love love.
First one is 16, second one is 25.
Both hit.
Nice.
12 bludgeoning on the first.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
12 bludgeoning on the second.
Wow.
Okay. boom, boom, as it sparks fly as your maul slams into this thing. You hear cracking twigs and branches. This thing is burning and searing your flesh as it slams into you, but your maul keeps cracking away. It's like you're hacking at a tree. It's really a more hollow bundle of sticks, and you hear them crack and bang, and bits fall off and singe the ground. Does that complete your turn?
I have a bonus action left. Yeah, Ugo's going to bonus action. We'll get an opportunity.
We lost you.
We lost you.
Sorry.
Ron.
Better?
Bonus action,
Can you hear
right?
me?
Yes,
Yeah.
better.
Bonus action, aggressive towards the demon.
Okay.
Wow.
So it'll get attack of opportunity, and then I'll take my full movement as well. So I'll move 80 feet towards the demon, so I'm 40 feet from it.
All right. I have an advantage from Don't Hate Fahima for my attack of opportunity, countered by Cosmic Lord 09. That is
Messy
a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And that is 9 points of bludgeoning.
Okay, reduced.
Oops. Oh.
Dice down.
And 11 points of fire.
Okay.
Jeez. Ugo, how are you looking?
I'm starting to look not so great.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, and Ugo, so you run down the beach
80
as well.
feet away.
Okay. Everybody's moving. Fahima, you're up.
Jessica, we can't hear you.
I dash forward 60 feet.
All right.
Okay.
Best laid plans, always.
And I'll use my bonus action just because I have it free. I'll just move my flaming sphere 30 feet with me.
Your character tripped and fell. I got back up again, and it was the funniest part of all of this.
That's typical. She rolled a 1 on initiative. She's not doing great on this fight.
All right.
I'm coming! Ah!
Literally, Cho'Ran and Baojai completely abandoned. Back here. It is their
worried about them.
turn.
This lady's there.
That's a good point.
They are going to completely try to also run. As everybody's running away from this burning fire log thing. They're both going to try to give it a wide berth. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. They're going to end up pretty close to where Whitebeard is, just behind Whitebeard map room.
Wow. Okay.
So, each of them running at full speed, trying to avoid the fire thing. And we are at the top of the round, Civ.
How far am I from the water's edge?
You are at the water's edge at this point.
Beautiful. I look down at, we'll call him, I guess, young adolescent.
Chomel.
Chomel slash Yanmo.
Yeah.
I'm going to say,
Chomo.
you're your father's son, right? You're a Triton. Half Triton? Can you breathe underwater?
I don't know. Never tried.
I run, jump, and dive into the water.
With him in your arms?
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to swim as deep as I can go.
Well, I mean, we are at the water's edge. So you got to go out to get down.
Sure. Is there like a dock or something where the boat was?
No dock.
Okay.
The ship is out anchored in the water.
No, I'm saying the rowboat.
The rowboat wasn't on a dock. No, you guys beached
Okay.
it on the
Then I'll
black rocks.
I'll just run across the top of the rowboat and dive off the back side of it.
Okay. All right. With your swim speed is what?
I don't have the gloves, so I don't
Right, you
have
don't
a
have the
regular
gloves.
swim speed.
Yeah.
Those just have speed, right?
But I'm hoping that Chomel does.
He's 5.
Well, he's holding you. You're holding him, I mean.
Yes. When I get underwater with him, if it looks like he can breathe, then I'm going to let him go.
Okay. So as you pull him under the water, he struggles in your arms a bit, and his eyes wide as he pulls water into his mouth and to his lungs. And he breathes water for the first time. And he looks around surprised, and he looks at you, and he
And I point.
5-year-old kid.
Yeah.
He starts swimming down underneath the water,
Beautiful.
taking to it in a way he's never experienced before.
Nice.
Great. That's my turn.
So you are still submerged in water?
I'm going to go as deep as I can go. I know I probably can't keep up with someone with a swim speed.
Right. Okay. I mean, as you guys are, it's again moving in a diagonal because you need to get out away from the
Sure.
shore to get deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Lord of Crows is flying. He is going to fly out over the water using his dash and look down, and he's going to try to find you with his perception.
Oh, there he is.
Edge of the table.
He looks angry.
I have advantage from the Carson.
Okay.
He rolled. Okay. 21. Okay, so, and he also has dark vision. All right, I think he's hovering in the air directly above where you are going deeper and deeper into the water. And he's going to actually fly down a bit to where he's kind of just over the surface of the water. And that completes his turn. James, you're up.
I would like to cover the running away of everybody. So I want to, keeping my eyes on the Wicker Man, on Twigsy. I will basically be moving 30 feet, basically just behind Baojai and Cho'Ran. That way, just standing and facing the Wicker guy, and again Eldritch blasting him, trying to keep him away from them.
Okay. You have advantage from Z-Man 9018, countered by Grim Faded on the first, and advantage from Z-Man 9018 on the second.
14 and a 15 to hit.
On the Lord of Crows?
Yeah, on the Wicker Man.
On the Wicker Man, you're shooting the Wicker Man. Both hit.
Thank goodness. All right. 17 points of force damage.
Total?
Yes.
All right. These Eldritch blasts, as you continue moving and casting them out of your hands like a gunslinger, they keep slamming into this creature, and you hear the sound of cracking and breaking as these sort of magical twigs shatter under the force of your force damage.
I'm calling out to Lily, go, get with them, follow them, get them down to the water. And I am hanging back, trying to keep this thing mad at me.
Okay. Lily, you're up.
I'm gonna stay here with you, James. I don't want us all split up. We are about the same speed. So we should be in between them.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look, is the lady of the house still on the steps?
Yeah, she has not left the house.
I'll be like, can you help us, please?
You see her attempt to sort of leave the confines of the house, and she seems unable to.
And then I'll just cast Vicious Mockery on the Wicker Man again.
Okay.
All I can do.
No problem. I rolled a natural 1.
Great.
Yes.
So he takes 7 psychic damage, and Lily is just, I mean, she's out of things to say at this point. She's like, I know you can hear me. I know you both can hear me, and I am disappointed. You're not even talking to me. Let's talk about this. Let's figure it out. It's less mockery and more distraction. Vicious distraction.
Vicious distraction.
Right.
Just disappointed mother.
Vicious negotiating.
All right. Does that complete your turn? Are you ready
And
to
then
go?
I'm just like, again, with James kind of like backing up, trying to stay between them and people at the water, because I'm not exactly sure what this tree's gonna do.
Okay. The tree looks very badly damaged at this point. The Whitebeard is up. He is going to run again. He's going to run his full dash. He's running as fast as he can toward the water, afraid that Civ is taking the boat.
The beard bouncing in the wind.
Exactly, majestically, holding his hat as he runs. So his full 60 feet of movement, but he's still quite a ways from the beach.
He's 20 feet from Uggo, and Uggo is 40 feet from the demon currently. Although the demon came down, so who knows?
All right. So that brings us to the Wicker Man. He's just like, what is everybody leaving?
Why do I feel so bad about myself?
Move up close to James and Lily, and he's going to take a swipe at each of them.
He's at disadvantage at both of those attacks.
Okay.
Whoa. He just fell over.
Oh!
Oh, he's
What
back
even
up.
happened?
The first is an 11. The second is a 13. I'm sure both miss.
Both miss.
Yeah.
Gosh.
the
James and
ancestors
Lily
getting
have
away.
never been more dexterous in battle than this moment.
And Uggo's ancestors are assisting you with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not out of range, Uggo?
No,
The ancestors?
there's no range on that effect.
Oh, wow.
It's just for the next round. If I don't attack him again, it goes away. But for that
Got it.
round, he's at disadvantage.
James, it's weird
Amazing.
that we're such a good combat team, don't you think?
Happening. For sure.
Go, you're up.
Okay. So I'm 40 feet. Is that what we said from?
Well, I don't know how much time or how much distance it took to get out into the water. So if he's a little ways out in the water, then it would be 40 plus whatever that is.
Well, Jeff said he dashed, right?
Yeah.
He had
his dash
again, so
is
he's really far.
120. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I can aggressive and then move. Should.
It's
close
almost
the
like the whole
distance
point
to
of the
40.
map is to be able to make all of this clear. It's almost like running off the map makes it harder for everybody.
So if I'm within 40 feet after my own aggressive bonus action and movement, then I'm going to throw 2 crustacean hammers
I love it.
at the demon and say out loud, "Come back here, coward!"
All right.
I'm at disadvantage because they're technically in the further end. It's within the further
Right,
end.
right.
So my first attack.
Can you reckless on ranged attacks?
No, it's only strength-based attacks, I think. And then let me check that actually, because you got a good point. It says the first attack. It's not melee.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's advantage on melee weapon attack rolls.
Ah, okay.
Has to be melee. Yep. So, although we have a modified version, I would still obviously keep the melee aspect of that. So the first one is a 10.
That is a miss.
Yeah, I figured. And the second one, oh, okay, is a 18.
That is a hit.
Great. So he takes 8 bludgeoning
Okay.
From Tiny Hammer.
from a tiny hand.
We flying these little hammers that are used to break open crabs in a restaurant. Turns into a lethal fighting force.
Demon
Break open the
Slayers.
skull of a demon.
Yeah, pretty awesome. Complete your turn, Ogo.
Yeah, that's it.
Fahima, you're up.
Okay, I am going to burn my last spell slot, which I don't know if that's even happened before. At least not at the higher levels of Wizard.
It's a long day.
Yeah. So before I continue to run forward, I'm going to send a magic missile back at the Wicker Man.
Okay.
So roll that.
I was hoping there's another fireball, because then you could put on sunglasses and walk away.
If only this tree
right?
was.
I think the magic missile is better at that because you don't even have to look where you're aiming. You just cast it,
Toss it back.
walk toward the camera.
The over-the-shoulder basketball.
Yeah. They always
Yeah.
hit.
Okay, so ooh, I rolled pretty good. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 force damage.
Nice.
Bam.
Gives me a great idea.
So yeah, I'll shoot that back, put on some sunglasses, and move another 30 feet forward.
All right. This thing, you're cracking and bits falling off of it. It is kind of crumpled and crumbling, very badly injured at this point. And as you move away, and you're continuing to move forward.
Yeah.
All right. Does that complete your turn?
Yep.
All right. Cho'Ran and Baojai are also going to run
60 feet.
60 feet as fast as they can. Back to Civ.
You know, we saw your map and we're like, nah.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
So great.
It's
Such a great map.
finding new ways to mess with me.
Hey, we could have done it earlier, but
Civ, you're up.
I'm assuming he's taking to the water fairly well.
Yeah, he's fine in the water. You, on the other hand, you've got whatever your hold your breath amount is.
Yeah, I think it's Constitution, so I still got a while before I have to come back up.
I think your con modifier.
It's 1 plus your con modifier is the number of minutes you can hold your breath.
Yeah, so I got 3 minutes. I am going to try to keep up with him, swimming-wise.
Okay.
So if he's going deeper, then I'm going to be going deeper too.
Okay. He's going. You're going. Everybody's going. What is this guy gonna do? He sees you under the water. He sees you going.
I mean, I'm
it's
pretty
cracked
deep.
upside the head with a hammer, and another one whizzes by.
Yeah.
I'm pretty deep at this point too.
It's just you pulled him away from the tree line.
Does he not?
He
like
is
the
going to
water?
fly straight up into the sky. And
Oh, here I was thinking maybe you had some honor in you.
Demons have no honor.
he's going to fly straight up into the sky and for 60 feet and then forward for 60 feet. So he's going to take dash. He's going to go as high as he can and then out as far as he can, just kind of like flying out over the ocean, out of sight, really. I mean, you guys can probably still see him, but out of sight for our maps purposes.
He's gonna beat us back to the boat.
Oh. Oh.
Way to put
He's
an
gonna like
idea into Jeff's head.
respawn all of his health.
I don't know. Okay.
You're out
So
of bounds.
we are up to James's turn.
I'm within 15 feet of the Wicker Man. Yes. So I need to.
Yeah, you need to roll your dex save. You have a
Dex.
advantage from Scully is my homegirl.
As if you
Thank
start
you,
or end your
Scully.
turn within the Wicker Man.
Start.
Start.
21.
That saves. So you,
Okay,
Fine.
amazing. I'm right. It's right on top of me, so I'm going to back up away from it. I'll take the attack of opportunity and back away.
okay.
Because I think force damage does more.
That's 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right, and it does 6 points of bludgeoning,
Okay.
8 points of fire.
Okay. Ouch. Got it. Ow. So it's singed and knocked back. I'm moving like my movement, like 30 feet back away from it, and then 2 more Eldritch Blasts in its face.
All right. You have advantage from the Carson on the first and advantage from Z-Man 9018 on the second.
Thank you, Carson. The first one is a 15 to hit.
That hits?
And you said it was an advantage on the second one?
Yes.
Okay. And 17 to hit on the
That
second
hits.
one.
Yep.
Come on. Yeah, 21 force total.
Yeah.
As you turn and you cast your two arcane bolts at this thing. You having just slammed its hand and you trying to move away, and you feel it burn your robe getting singed, your skin underneath boiling and blistering from the fire damage, and you pull back and let loose two arcane blasts, and they hit, and this thing falls backwards. It lands in a heap on its back, and all of the sticks and twigs dissipate and fall apart, burning as they go, and the fire recedes, and there's this bundle of sticks there. And as you look at this exposed bundle, these twigs and branches that were pulled from the trees that were up closer, well, actually still where you are, you can still see the trees where you are, not where the rest of the team is, but pulled from these trees all around you, this strange crow-laden forest. Nestled in that charred, still smoldering carcass, you see this astral form of a young boy.
Lily, do you see that?
Yep.
That's my turn.
And then it's my turn, right?
It is your turn, Lily.
What is the boy doing?
There's this astral form. It looks almost like a ghost. It looks reminiscent of the lady of the house herself. And it is this young, probably 12, 13-year-old boy sits up in nice tunic and pantaloons. Looks kind of fairly well dressed, open neckline, longish hair, but translucent, ghostly, an apparition. And it sits up and it turns and looks back at the castle. And in the doorway of the castle, you see the lady of the house hovering there, looking, all of a sudden alarmed, her eyes wild, her hair, she's pushing against this barrier that seems to be holding her in the house.
Hello?
It's her son.
Excuse me?
You hear,
If I walk up to it, does it look scary?
I mean, it depends on how scary you think a ghost looks. It looks
I mean,
like
does it
a
look
scary
aggressive?
ghost. No, it looks like a young apparition just standing there floating in the same way that the lady of the house was floating, sort of disconnected to the ground, disconnected to this plane in a lot of ways. You can see through him, but he turns and he kind of pays you no mind, actually. He turns and he looks back at the house. He seems bewildered. He seems disoriented in some way.
Your mom. Do you want to go see your mom?
And it turns and looks at you. And looks down in shame.
You're free now. Go. Your mother's waiting.
I think you need something from us.
Is there anything else left of the stick figure on the ground?
These charred, burning sticks and twigs.
If I reach out to like touch his hands.
Your hand would pass
Go
right through it.
Okay.
But as you reach out, he moves toward you. And I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw, please.
Oh, man. Morgan, the player, knows what's happening.
Yeah, me too.
I don't.
Lily, you have advantage from Snake Master 89, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Good things, I hope.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be terrible.
You said charisma?
Yes.
Sorry. Using the dice roller on D&D Beyond. But sometimes I don't know how to
Yeah,
do it.
not just general dice rolling, not that I can find.
just gonna do it in real life here. 15.
That saves. So you feel this touch on your arm. It's chilled, it's cold, it feels strange, and you immediately reject that touch, reject that contact. And the spirit pulls back and looks at you and starts sullenly moving back up the rise, back across the soil between the trees as the crows sit and watch, and it moves up toward the house itself. And the lady of the house in the doorway is pulling everything she has against this sort of unseen restraint that holds her in. She wants to get out, her eyes crazed, her hands outstretched, straining as head down, the boy floats, the spirit floats up to the rise, up to the stairs, up to the entrance of the Castle Rum, up to the lady of the house. And she immediately reaches out, pulls him in, and the doors slam closed. And the house shudders. And the fire, the green shimmer, that mirage-like flame effect seems to overtake everything. And you see that shaking, that vibration that seems to you like it is disconnected from this plane, from this reality. And it is more intense and more intense than you've ever seen the castle before. And it starts to split. It's as if there's two layers of the image and they're pulling it apart. And then it dislodges. And the image of the castle itself shatters. Green, like the shattering glass that you saw. Green shatter. This image of the house itself breaking apart, pulling apart, dislodging almost in slow motion, coming out and falling away, fading away, until all you see is a burned husk, the foundations, the ruin of the Castle Rum.
Wow.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that they're happy now. Maybe they're at peace.
I hope.
Would that have caught the attention of Vago and Fahima? That blast?
I mean, I think it would probably be hard to miss anywhere on the island. It is an entire shattering of that structure. That glow that you saw is no longer burning. That structure that you can see even from the ocean, no longer vibrating, no longer glowing, no longer burning with that emerald torch-like mirage effect. It is now a husk, still seething with sort of strange energies, strange green mist seeping in and out of brickwork, but it is just a hole. It is just a ruin. It is empty, burned out foundations, pieces of wall.
Wow. Is the demon still flying? I guess I'd look around and see.
The demon has booked it up and has pretty much gone out of sight. The general mist and darkness in the air. You've lost sight of the demon.
Okay.
Then I'll start booking it and calling for Lily, booking it back towards the water, towards our friends.
Same.
Ugo will start getting the boat ready.
Whitebeard is still running. Cho'Ran and Baoshai running as well. At a certain point, everybody reaches the water line, catches up to all of you, and Whitebeard says, "Oh, I'm gonna thank the gods. The boat is still here." And Cho'Ran and Baoshai say, "Where's our son? Where's Chomel?"
Ugo, where's Civ?
Points out into the water. They went swimming.
Civ went swimming?
And you
Yes.
see Cho'Ran walk with purpose, striding into the water, walking erect and full posture, just strides, walking. It's as if the water itself parts for him. He just strides into the deep, his feet passing on the black stones, moving into the water. You see waist deep, chest deep, shoulder deep, head deep. He just passes into the water, into the darkness, and swims. And Civ, you see this sort of silvery, translucent form, this fish-like skin pass by you at an amazing speed as you're doing your best to try to keep up with this 5-year-old boy. You
Doing
see
my
this-
doggy paddle.
Yeah, you see this go by you
Kitty
at
paddle.
an incredible speed, and you know you see ahead of you as you're trying to keep up. You have dark vision as well. You're trying to keep up, look through the murky, dark water. You see this form reach that 5-year-old boy, grab him and pull him back up to the surface and start moving back toward the shoreline.
Okay, I'll do the same.
All right, and as you, when you finally arrive, Civ, you see Cho'Ran and the boy coming out of the water, dripping wet. Cho'Ran's clothes seeped with water, dripping. Chomel's clothes all drenched. His eyes wide and bright, and he says, "I can breathe. I can breathe underwater, Father." And Cho'Ran says, "Yes, my son. Yes, you can." And Bao Zhai runs up and grabs him and holds him, and she looks around and she says, "What? You could have killed him! You traitors all!"
But he did not. He saved the child.
My husband saved the child. He attempted to drown the child.
No,
Darling,
madam.
Drown something that breathes water.
How could he know? How could he know we are dragonborn? He could not know. He could breathe. He attempted to kill my son. All of you traitors. All of you working for her, aren't you? Working for my sister.
Madam,
I'm
no.
starting to think that maybe she killed that guy on purpose.
I'll go.
What?
Save those thoughts for another time. Madam, we've encountered dragonborn Triton people before. We know of their
Other dragonborns that Triton offspring. Are you? When you
you'd be
lie,
surprised.
you lie.
Do
Ma'am,
not.
ma'am, excuse me. I think if you explained almost anything that happened in the last 10 minutes to anyone, they would say we were lying. Would they not?
I don't know what to believe. My
I
head
know,
is...
I know. I'll go up and I'll just give her a hug.
And this little gnome goes and puts her arms around the leg, and you are standing there next to a 5-year-old half Triton, half Dragonborn. You're standing next to a young version of Yan Mo, who also holds the other leg of his mother. You are eye level with this. He's probably a little taller than you, but eye level with this boy who would grow up to harm your family.
Yeah.
Believe that you're alive, and that your family is reunited, and that you're safe.
And that we've accomplished our end of the bargain. So,
Hey, Whitebeard. Hey, Whitebeard. Maybe just take a seat for a second and catch your breath. No offense.
Does anybody else want to know
Hard
who
to
their
understand
sister
what
is?
you're saying. No, I was gonna get to that.
Oh,
I'm actually looking for the demon.
Same.
Yeah.
Really care about the rest of that.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll a perception check, Civ.
Okay.
You have advantage from Angel Devilson countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. Not so good. 9.
You scan the sky, even with your dark vision. You look, you don't know where it went off to because you were under the water swimming down, but you scan the sky as much as you can. You hear nothing, you see nothing. You can't track or place where it might be.
I know someone who might know where that came from. Back at the lighthouse.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Yes.
You mentioned your sister. That we were working for your sister. Would you mind telling us who she is?
And she looks at you with crazed eyes. The eyes. Uncertain, she looks manic. She looks afraid herself.
Sorry, I know family things can be complicated. I didn't mean to bring up... It's just you mentioned her as a threat, and it might be good for us to know.
I also have family issues.
We all do, in one way or another.
Fair.
Cho'Ran steps in and he says, her sister is Suyin, the Dragonborn princess. You are in the presence of the princess of the Shazengao dynasty. He turns to you, Civ, and he says, I once told you the moment when we met, when we fell in love, even though we knew it was forbidden. She is the next princess in line, and I am no Dragonborn. But we could not remain apart.
So,
And then, go ahead.
you've forsaken your throne for love?
I had no desire to. It is all the traitors. It is my sister. It is the...
Does your sister desire power? Because
she
if
has
she does,
power. She
so
has it all now.
Okay.
why is...
It is the dogma. It is the matriarchy. It is the rules.
It is causing her a great amount of distress.
You are not free.
No, I don't think that has been in any doubt since the moment I met you. The chains, the subjugation, the bounty. We tried to hide.
Family.
We tried to hide our child, but we could not. They found out, of course they found out. And we ran.
Is he in danger of being taken and...
She holds him tight, and Cho'Ran puts his hand on his shoulder. We will protect him. Always.
Please. Sons need their fathers.
Yes, they do.
And then from behind you, you hear, I don't want to break up this beautiful family moment, but...
I grab 2 oars and start paddling.
Out. You're taking off by yourself?
No, I'm assuming we're all getting in the boat at this point.
Yeah, I said
He's
I
about
said
to
originally
say
I was
is
getting
what-
the boat.
that's what he's about to say
Later.
is, I'd like to point out that we all can't fit in this boat.
How many of us can
Fahim-
fit in the boat?
Fahima, can you conjure anything?
I could conjure sort of a raft, but we have to figure out how many people can fit in a boat in the first place.
7 of us were on the boat over here, right? The 5 of us, Cho'Ran and Whitebeard.
And it was kind of at capacity at that point. It was beyond capacity. Remember how you kind of sank low in the water and were taking water on at that point? It's really a raft made for 5 at most.
There's not
So
9 of us.
adding
And,
1.5 more might be...
Are these
How
waters
many
dangerous?
What'd you say?
How many are these waters dangerous?
Oh, I don't know. Did we encounter any danger on the way here?
I'm just saying, maybe Cho'Ran and his son would like to swim back to the boat.
that was what I was going to suggest.
It's kind of sweet. I mean, it's a crazy place to have a first swimming lesson, but it already happened.
Lily,
Yes?
Jeff, how far away is the tardy plunderer? Would you say 500 feet?
Sure. That sounds pretty good.
Lily.
I don't know how far do boats have to be docked that way
That's what
from.
I'm thinking, James. Is if they swim back, then I can do that. But
Okay.
otherwise,
Right.
it doesn't solve our
point.
problem. So I can only take one person with
You're
me.
gonna
I
let.
also could row the boat twice.
Okay.
That
I'll
sounds
wait.
a little better.
I'll
I
wait
want to
on the
make
shore.
sure we have eyes on these two at all times.
Of course, Captain.
I'll
We're
wait.
gonna let them just swim away. I don't think that's wise.
Fair enough.
I can wait with Civ.
I'll be back for you.
I go back in the first group,
I
and we
figured.
make sure we split all of you up. I'm starting not to trust any of this group.
Fine.
Fine.
None of you even attempted to make sure your captain was taken care of.
Do you remember when you were about 90 years old about an hour ago? Yeah, okay, cool. Remember how you said you were going to remember that, and I said no, you wouldn't? I like being proven right. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
I'm sure we could find a way for you to return to that age.
Possibly.
That suits
I
you
think what
better.
everybody's saying, Whitebeard, is that it's been a crazy day, and honestly, we apologize if we didn't put you first in some situations, but there was a lot going on. All right. So I think the most important thing is you're back to your normal age, and we came here for.
My job is to hit things. I didn't think it was my job to hit you.
Yeah. That kind of talk makes me want to start collecting tongues. But I'll let it slide this time because of the aging thing. But I want to make sure we're all understanding who's in charge right now.
Of course.
Very
of
clear.
course.
It's very
Yes,
clear.
Captain.
That's better. That's better. All right. Who's going over in the first trip with me?
I'll go.
You
if
and
Uggo's-
Cho'Ran should go, and Uggo.
Yeah,
No,
I'll go
row.
if Uggo's going because I want to. He probably needs healing.
I'm not leaving my boy again.
Okay, so
Well, I say you are. And he looks, Cho'Ran looks at you, Uggo. And he goes, okay, I'll go.
Okay.
He gets into the boat and he looks at Chomel and he says, I know I've left you too many times, my son. And I have not been there when you needed me, but I'll be waiting for you on the ship. Yes, Father.
Nothing will happen to him, Cho'Ran.
Absolutely nothing.
And
Lily,
Whitebeard
do you want to
gets
go
in.
Uh,
with them as well?
Yeah, I'm going because I'm gonna cure Uggo.
Great.
So I think we should split up. So we have at least some ranged casters in one.
Good idea. You want to get in on this one, Fahima, or I?
If
can
you're going to stay,
Yeah.
were you going to stay?
Yeah, I'll stay. I'll
Okay.
stay with Civ, Baojai, and Chomel.
Okay, I'll go.
yes.
I said
right.
I'll go.
Sorry.
Well done.
I'll go.
Okay,
I'll
so,
go.
so tell me the groups one more time, please, so I'm clear.
I think James and I are the only two that need to stay behind, and everyone else can go. Oh, I'm sorry.
Me,
And Cho'Mel.
James, and Baojai.
Yeah.
Baojai is sticking around too. Okay.
She's
Yeah,
not.
I don't want to separate
Ready.
the kid from both
No,
parents.
she
Let's
will
do
not.
Yeah.
She will not.
She won't.
Sure.
She does not look well. She does not look stable. She is her, kind of looking around furtively and holding her son tight, and she does not look like she is completely comfortable or trusting of this situation.
I'll put my cape, or I'll pull basically a cloak or anything like that, and I will put that down on the sand for her and try to make her comfortable as best I can.
Okay.
Your Majesty, please.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Chomel. Come. And so, Uggo,
Yeah.
Fahima, Lily, Cho'Ran, and Whitebeard start rowing away, and the waves slap against the side of this little wooden rowboat that you have used so many times, both now and 22 years from now. And you go and you make your way out from shore. Whitebeard goes, well, when I tell this to Loudmouth, he's never going to shut up about it. Still, it's for a good story. Do you remember how many ghosts I killed? I think it was at least 4. If I could count, I'm sure. I don't want anyone to embellish, but it was at least maybe 5 or 6 ghosts that I single-handedly put in. He's kind of muttering to himself as he...
We're at like 200 ghosts by the time we get back.
Them, he's just claiming all of them he killed.
Yeah.
I destroyed that whole island.
With a whip. He killed every single one with a whip.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
No, the 4 of you are back, still standing on the beach. You watch as the rowboat fades into the darkness, into that sort of eerie mist that's just a ways off of shore.
I'll be sitting next to Civ, close to Baojai and Chomel, giving them their space, but still looking back at the remnants of the house. I feel like I'm starting to put some things together.
Oh?
I think we need to talk, all of us. I'm very worried about some of the connections I'm making. I don't know if I'm starting to figure it out or if I'm finally starting to lose my mind.
Well, I hope you're figuring it out, because I know I haven't connected anything.
I think too many coincidences.
Yes, it does seem rather perfect.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
As we're rowing away, can I also just do like a scan of the sky
Sure.
for the demon?
You have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Fated.
Perception, yeah.
Yes.
That is a 10. So.
Yeah, you're scanning the
So much
sky, and you're looking into the dark night, into the mist as the rowboat, that gentle sound of oars breaking the surface of the water, pushing and the water slapping up against the side of the boat, muttering of Whitebeard kind of talking and talking to Uggo, but not really, or just talking out into the world. But it's kind of this quiet, eerie stillness as the water slaps up against the thing, and you hear that rhythmic rowing that Uggo is doing. And you look into the sky and you look around. You don't see anything in the sky. And time passes. And you all... Go ahead.
Can I talk to Chomel for a minute?
Yes.
Cho'Ran.
Cho'Ran is with you.
Chomel's on the beach?
Yeah.
Chomel and Baojai are in the beach. Yeah. The young boy and his mother.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I wanted to talk to Chomel. I guess I can talk to Cho'Ran. I think it's important to communicate to Chomel that whatever power that he's getting from this doll is bad. And I don't think he's going to take it from anyone but his own parent.
Does he still have the doll?
No, the doll exploded as far as I saw.
Right.
But there's certainly still a demon flying around, searching for him.
Oh.
So I can only assume there's some sort of power drawing him. And,
And you see Cho'Ran kind of sitting with his arms folded, slumped over. And he looks up at you, Fahima. He says, "Power you speak of? Power. They said they wanted his noble blood, right? They all want royal blood. It's the cause of all of this. Why? Why do they want it? Why do they care? I'll tell you why. Because it is power. It is belief. There are those who believe a royal lineage is important. I do not.
When I spoke to Cho'Ran, he didn't think what he was hearing was bad. He thought it was his destiny. So
maybe it is.
Power in it of itself could be good or bad. But I do believe that if you communicate to him to be a good person, to resist evil forces, to do the right thing, he could resist whatever's happening to him. But if he doesn't know, if no one talks to him, why should he resist it if they offer him a gift that he wants?
He should be the king of the Shazengao Empire someday.
Isn't it a matriarchy?
Yes. For now.
How is that going to be possible?
For now.
No, I
maybe.
understand.
He cannot be king, not because of the matriarchy, but because I am his father.
He isn't pure blood.
He is not pure blood, and you know what that is? That is belief.
Yes.
Belief is power. I know it, and he turns to Ugo, and I know you know it.
Yes.
I've seen you standing on the deck of the ship in the dead of night when you thought no one saw you speaking to your goddess. Belief is power. And
Thanks
like
for
all
outing me.
power, it can be used for good or ill. As you said.
Why do you want him to be king?
I don't. But the Shazengao believe that my son's blood is a threat. That is their belief. And maybe they're right. Maybe one day he will destroy them all. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Can I do one quick thing? Just
Yes.
in the last few moments, I basically, as we've been sitting there, I will say, "Hey, Chamel, do you want to see something cool?" And I will ritually cast Phantom Steed, and I will conjure Phantom Steed and have it basically entertain him.
Aww.
So we have,
A true
as
king.
our episode comes to a close, we have one part of the group seated in a rowboat on dark waters in a misty night, away from a haunted mansion, freed from a curse, hearing a father muse about power and belief. And on the beach, a son playing gleefully with a smoky, conjured steed. It was a good episode. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Episode 50?
Episode 50.
Zero.
Diamond episode, is that right? 50.
Zero.
Oh, I didn't get you anything. But some folks
We'll
did
be
get us
expecting
stuff.
diamonds next week.
Yeah, really.
Diamonds.
Read
will
this
you accept-
story.
Will you accept balloons? Because we got a lot
Yes.
of those. Vain Dead, Cosmic Lord 09, Shayberry, Chef Scott, the Carson. Why do I click on things? Saint Thief, Silver Gem, Guy Vox, Melchior, and others. Thank you for your generous applause.
I saw another potato too.
Your love. Another potato
from Cosmic Lord 09.
How am I not informed? How do you guys know and I don't? How does that work? All right.
I have potato sense.
Jessica is grim faded, didn't you
Potato?
know that? No, I'm kidding.
Potato?
Thank you all for being here. If you want to watch past episodes, they're available on YouTube or as an audio podcast. We love that. We love our Discord community. Please check that out. You can find that in our
Discord
wiki.
also loves when new people find the show and then like give us a running commentary as they're catching up on old episodes.
Do ride-alongs.
I love
ride-alongs. It's great.
So love it.
Love it too.
So we're pleased to have you with us, and we will be back next week. Thanks for watching. Until then, humankind.
Be both.
Hallelujah! Milo, break it down over there, won't you? Milo's breaking it down. Wow, he switched it up on me. All right, that's a different tune. A little jazzy again, isn't it? All right, everyone. Let me just say this. Was I wrong? Was I wrong? Or is this not the greatest show that's ever been created, ever written, ever done in the history of histories? If you don't believe it, I don't know what to tell you. To all of you who've played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run as The Dungeon Run continues. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. And until next week, Milo, hit it, baby. I mean, the music's already playing, but may the dice roll in your favor.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.